Hello, this is J.N.S, and I just want to talk to you guys about um, just a rhetorical question that we should be asking ourselves. Should the Black American community support P. Diddy? I also want to get into some esoteric reasons as to why all of this is even happening to him specifically as a spiritual intuitive. I want to elucidate on that for those of you who are wondering, okay, why are they coming so hard after him? uh, and whatnot. So we'll get into that a little bit later. But the rhetorical question that we could ask ourselves individually and even collectively: should the Black American communities be supporting P Diddy? Like, should we put on a cape for P Diddy? In simple terms, what are your thoughts on it? I'm sure about to give mine. I'm sure about to give mine. And so, do I think the Black American community should be supporting P. Diddy or putting on a cape for P. Diddy in any collective sense? No, no, I do not. So, why do I say that? Let me break this down in a very logical and analytical manner before we get into the spiritual. For the last 25 to 30 years, since P. Diddy has come on the scene, since he has come on the scene, probably longer than 30 years. I'm 32. But certainly when I was a young kid, I think I remember probably by the age of 5, I remember seeing Hypnotize, with P. Diddy and whatnot, written by Stevie J. And Biggie was on the track. It's obviously, you know, a great track. Nonetheless, when Bad Boy came out, he signed a bunch of artists over the years, produced a lot of music over the years and albums. However, the dark side of that is that over that 25-year period, so many artists have come forward from that label specifically, talking about how they were screwed over. These happen to be Black American artists, whether it was Shine, Loon, Black Ma, Black Rob, Freddie from Day 20, not Day 26, Making the Band. So many. Toto, uh, you name it, even those that we don't even know. There were it was a Black woman that came forward that said how she was screwed over. So let me actually see if I can find a list of artists that said screwed. So it seemed like, I just want to share my screen real quick, because this video is going to get most likely shadow banned, and that's fine. But at least the truth is out there. And so since 2005, as you can see on your screen, how many group artists has P. Diddy ruined? A moment of silence for those he put on the unenjoyment line. So here, there's literally so many people talking about this. Dream at 112, The Lox, The Band, Mace, New Edition. Oh, I forgot about Mace. G Dep, Black Mob, Black Rob, Loon, Shine. There's literally a bunch of Black Americans in 2005 discussing the artists that this man has screwed over. They have come forward themselves and said they were screwed over. This is not conjecture. These are them telling their story. This is from Faith Evans said something about it. So many people have come forward and said, Little Kim obviously had said something about his ways. So all of these people are lying. Look at this. Like, why would, come on, look at the dates of when this stuff is. 2005. Really? That's damn near 20 years ago. For 20 years, y'all niggas knew that this man was in our community screwing over talented Black American artists. Talented Black American artists who got the skills, who got gifts. They thinking they're getting a deal. They're thinking they're going to go and be able to share their gifts with the world. Lo and behold, they sign a Bad Boy and the shit go down drain. Their souls get sucked right out their body. They come forward and tell their story, screaming from the rooftop the things that have happened to them. And nobody speaks out about it. People knew. People knew. And so, is this a matter of, look at this? Does this not look like somebody sucked his soul out? This is Black Rob. This is Black Rob dead at 52, being signed to P. Diddy, who was screwed over in a contract. These contracts, I kept telling y'all simple asses. I'm not talking to you per se. I'm talking about to those who literally just try to write off what prophets are saying, what genuine souls are trying to tell them, and scream from the rooftop what the hell is going on, like I have been doing. I didn't have to do that. I could have signed and sold y'all niggas out and got my money and kept it moving. You don't think I've been approached? Really? But in my soul, I couldn't do it. And so, look at this. Doesn't that look like someone that had their soul sucked out? Signed to P. Diddy. Shine. He came forward and said he was screwed over. Look at this. Signed to P. Diddy. Turned into, was on some other stuff after dealing with P. Diddy. Got set up, had to do a whole bid for someone else he thought was going to have his back when he got out, only to work behind the scenes to get his ass deported. Craig Mack. What did he say? Didn't he speak out? So my point is, why is y'all niggas acting like I gotta, or me and my people gotta put on a cape for a nigga that screwed over us for 25 years? At least. With all these Black Americans coming forward. All these Black Americans coming forward saying what happened. He was in some damn cult, all living off. Yeah, he was in a sex cult. Craig Mack. This was him. He went religious, dying of heart failure. So many people. Loon. Let's see how Loon is doing. Everybody used to like Loon. Oh, yeah, Loon the rapper. I guess that's a name of a bird as well. Okay, here we go. Brother went to Islam, got his life together. His name is now Amir Junad Muhadif. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. I am not Muslim, so forgive me. Or Arabic, rather. Or nor do I speak Arabic. Should be the proper way to phrase that. But from that to this, what the hell is in that industry where niggas is running straight to organized religion, or to religion or spirituality or drugs or off, or, you know, homeless, whatever it is? What is in that industry? What's going on? So you fast forward 25 years in 2024, and you got all these people coming forward. Everybody coming forward that had that he screwed over. All these people just lying. Even if there was a setup, even if there was a high level setup that y'all say, oh, they trying to take the Black man down. What about all the other Black men that came forward and said that their life was ruined as a result to being signed with that bad boy label, or that they was sexually assaulted? What about the people that's scared to speak up? What does Loon know that made him run to God? What does Loon know? What happened with Black Rob? So is it a matter of chickens coming home to roost? I'm not going to use the word karma. But is it a matter of what you put out, you're getting back? Quite possibly. This is not a matter of a simple gripe or some woman coming forward to get some money or some opportunities. This stuff has been going on for decades. Everybody knew about it. Everybody turned a blind eye. So you see, you have bodyguards coming forward, right? And they're saying, oh yeah, I saw P. Diddy do this, and you know, they speaking out on it, lending credence to the victims who are now come forward. And then, you know, people are saying, well, you're just trying to sell a book. So what? Or why didn't you say anything? Yeah, we could hold them to feet to the fire on that point. Why didn't you come out and speak out? So you was a debaucherous ass, satanic ass nigga too. that took an oath or that sold your soul too. And now that the ship is sinking or he done got you out the paint, now you want to, flip that. What side was you on? You was on the devil's side. Now you want to act like you switched up. So my thing is, if you didn't say anything then, I don't think the community should be supporting them either. We can listen to their stories or whatnot, but they didn't do. They should have said something when it was going on. When they saw P. Diddy slapping up women, stomping baby, it's literally women that have come forward years ago. So let's not try to act like, oh, everybody's trying to get a bag. It was a woman that had let me find it. Woman came forward years ago saying that P. Diddy stumped a baby out of her or beat a baby out of her. I have to find it. So she had did a whole interview. I'm not going to play the interview for obvious reasons. But 4 years ago, here we go, right here. Diddy's ex, Virginia, reveals why she outed him to the world and more. 4 years ago. Sean Pitty once claimed he stumped on her stomach, dragged her by her hair. This was literally she just reposted this, but this was up 4 years ago. I remember watching it. Why didn't nobody speak out there? So these people are lying 4 years, 20 years, 5 years, 10 years, over a span of 10 years. And then for you niggas that say, I said where there's smoke, there's fire. Oh, I don't know if there's fire, but there's smoke. Who the fuck is paying y'all? Like, who is lining y'all pockets to play obtuse? There gotta be some secret brotherhood shit going on. I'm gonna tell you that this is spiritual, because it's happening from anything that transpires happens it happens interdimensionally. So what you're now seeing is a fire, or you're seeing like all these people come forward. Oh my gosh, they're talking about they cutting his deals, they coming up forward with these lawsuits saying he did this and all these accusations, whatever. What is happening in the spiritual realm that will manifest such a situation? And we're going to talk about that very soon. But nonetheless, because I really want to bury this notion that, oh, it's the white man's just after the black man. Oh my gosh. My thing is, why did P. Diddy get with the white man in the first place? Because he's sponsored by billionaires. He has handlers. Now we don't act like he don't have no handlers. So, no. There were, actually, let's look at more list. Let's look at more list. Top 10 careers that Diddy killed. This is not just some smear campaign. People have been talking about this shit for years. For years. It's Carl Thomas, Black Rob. And they actually got a paragraph after what happened. Carl never received the push that his career needed to become a superstar. He said for the longest he was just sitting dormant, waiting for the go-ahead, and the label dropped his album. Carl was close to broke, or at least broke in the eyes of industry professionals. Then the New York club shooting happened. He was a sacrifice. Black Rob. Rob was seen heavy in the blogs, claiming that Bad Boy had left him for dead after his bid in prison. He claims while he was in jail, Bad Boy even went as far as taking his name off the website. Most would say it was a money situation between him and Diddy. Rob insists that he still has some money, I guess, whatever. But once again, they did nothing to keep my name alive. No, a label, this is what they do, is soul sucking. Here we go. Danity Kane. Aubrey spoke out, along with Don. Ended up being the only two that symbolized some kind of Look at this. They even have a name for it. Bad Boy Curse. These people work with jinns. I wish you niggas would wake up and stop trying to write off real prophets and real anointed teachers, because y'all in the den of iniquity and in line with Satan and trying to protect the bag and shit. This shit is so wicked, and you can feel the wickedness in this energy. I'm a tarot reader, and I'm a spiritual intuitive clairvoyant naturally. And I'm telling you, like, this shit don't feel it. I never wanted to pull on this. I never wanted to. That's why I haven't done like spiritual intuitive readings on this topic, because it's dark. It's real nasty. I literally see the type of demons that's attached to this man, like the contracts, the soul sucking, the energy vampiring. Like, It's wickedness in this, and you could feel it. It's wickedness, and a pendulum swing. They did one thing, and we gonna get into this shit. It's about to get deep because this shit is connected to the reparation space and to Black Americans with the revolt shit. Oh, we about to go motherfucking deep, and yeah, they're gonna shadow ban this shit, because they scared, but it's the truth. It's the truth. Y'all niggas can ignore me all y'all want. I'm never being quiet. I'm never letting up on what happened to me and what happened to other Black Americans. I'm never letting up. Never. Never. And so, should the Black American community be supporting weirdo ass P. Diddy? No, they should not. It's all these Black Americans come forward over 20 years stating that they have been screwed over, that they are suffering from the things he has done, his practices. And so he's being sacrificed now by the system that he aligned with. He went in, we talk about, oh, the white man's coming after him. He aligned with the white man in the first place. He could have had an independent bad boy, just Black, and did right by Black Americans and did right in our community and only had a Black label that broadcast their beautiful talents without making them participate in freak offs and making them do the booty ritual, doing all types of rituals to even get a deal. He could have did that way. He could have been honorable and did that 20 years ago, and it would have still stood the test of time. He could have went that route. All of them niggas could have. But no. He went right into their system, aligned with them, did their bidding. All these years did their bidding for whether it be the white people that sponsored him, the white labels, didn't do right by his own community, as evidenced by all the people coming forward. And so when that same system turns against you, regardless of why they did it, it doesn't matter why they did it. You aligned with them. You sold your soul to them. You contracted with them, with their side. You worked with them demons and them entities to soul suck innocent Black Americans, to produce music on a certain frequency. You did that. Y'all was doing that shit, and it gets much, much deeper. We about to go deep because I'm tired of this shit. I really am. About every time a nigga get caught doing some fuck shit, they want to act like the Black community all got to stop and support them. But if it was a Black woman that did this, everybody would have the Black community would have a pitchfork, just like they got a pitchfork for Sexy Red and Sukihana. But when it's somebody that screwed Black Americans over for the last 25, 30 years with evidence, now we're hating. What is there to hate on? Why? What is there to hate on? That he don't have that money. We know how the system works. The moment they cut you off, the moment you may have 700 mil on paper. You see what they did to Kanye? They was running around saying he's a billionaire, 2 billion. The moment he got out of line, overnight the nigga had only 400 mil, if that, then went down to 187, literally the span of a fucking week. This shit is not real. This stuff, the world is a stage. Hollywood is not real, my niggas. None of it's real. But you lost wicked souls is running around here. And I'm not talking about you or anybody listening or just random people, but I'm talking about these wicked people are trying to prop this man up like we gotta stand behind him because some system is coming after him. You think? They've been after our people for 400 years. So why did he even get in bed with them in the first place? Why didn't he with whoever else, LA Reid or whoever, why didn't they just start a Black owned label? If since Black is so important, right? You guys swear up and down you love Black this, you love Black, or you pro Black, Black niggas, which are not. Y'all are controlled opposition. But if let's say this is real, why did he not just start the label just with Black owned fair practices for Black Americans, whoever wanted to sign to it? It doesn't have to be Black people, but this was a Black owned, no handlers, no control, no systematic control anywhere, just completely independent, fair deals, fair contracts, something like what Dame Dash was doing. Now, Dame Dash, he always talk about being integrity, having treating the artist with integrity, giving them a 2-page contract that can look over and understand what they're getting into. And if they don't want to work together, they cut it, they split in a fair, balanced way. Not, oh, you can't own your masters, can't do this, can't own your publishing, it's a 360, you can't do this, you can't, you sign for life, it renews in perpetuity throughout all times of the universe and space and age, and we control your image and your likeness, and did it. What the fuck? This is what the contract he was given to innocent Black Americans. That's a soul contract. That's a devil's contract. This is what he was given to our people at the behest of whoever, what the white people told him to do. Whoever's at the top told him to do. They might have been white. They may not have been. Let's be real, man. But we know how this shit roll. We know. Everybody know how it roll. I can't believe y'all acting obtuse, you niggas. I'm like, what kind of brotherhood are y'all in? What kind of secret satanic shit is y'all in where y'all literally trying to justify or make it seem like we dumb for thinking very critically and logically about P. Diddy's actions over for the last 30 years. I've literally heard nothing good about this man for the 20 years on a street level. We talking about just, I'm from Buffalo, New York. Buffalo, New York is hick town. Buffalo, New York, especially if you in the Black areas, we know it's the hood. I stayed on Humboldt Parkway in Buffalo, New York. 40 Warren, Broadway. 41. That's nothing but Black people over there. Yeah, me growing up on a grassroots level, I heard nothing but bad things about P. Diddy. Nothing good. And maybe I saw the proactive commercials that he did, but it was like a known thing that this dude was a snake to our people and that he was putting people in fucked up deals and stuff. We known that since I was like, I'm 32 years old. I've known that at least since I was like, honestly, a good 11, 12 years old. And no lie, when he used to talk, he used to do interviews. I used to see different entities on him. You know, I could hear him. And to be honest, I'm talking about as a spiritual oracle, the real oracle. When I used to hear him talk, I used to say, there's some, I knew at 13, 14, 15, I said, there are powerful people behind him, backing him, and he's not the one with any power. It is somebody pushing him. I knew that instantly. I'm like, I'm looking at it. I'm like, I'm hearing just the way he talk and the way he think. I said, because they wanted to push him like he was the, and I remember thinking, I said, no, there's some white folks behind that man. I knew clear as that said some very powerful white men behind P. Diddy. I was like 15, 14. I felt it. I felt it. And it never escaped. That feeling never left me because I said, nah, he ain't what we say, even with the Ciroc stuff and how y'all was all shot the Sean Combs line, all that stuff, how y'all was all big on that. I just knew. I said this idea of the handlers. I didn't know that the word handler or nothing like that existed because I was so young, but I felt that. I felt that engine behind him as an intuitive, and I knew it wasn't real. I knew something was off with it. I said, there's something weird about this whole thing. Then we watched Making the Band. We saw how he treated people on Making the Band. They got treated horrific. Freddie has come forward. So many have come forward. Look at it. Literally says the original Let's Form a Supergroup. The band never got off the ground. Babs and Chopper decided to leave the group. Ness stayed. Yeah, but they had issues. And Freddie, he came out and was really talking about what happened with him. These were really talented ass Black Americans. Most of these people are Black Americans that he screwed over. Why would I support that? Why would I need to get my pitchfork and act like, oh, the system's coming after him when this nigga aligned with the system? We know who his handlers are. They are billionaires, white billionaires. Why are y'all acting like y'all claim it's so much white supremacy, it's so much this, they doing this to that, but you go run into their system and do their bidding. And then when they decide to separate themselves from you or sacrifice you, now you want the whole Black community to act like you're some martyr? Or you're being targeted? No, there's people that's really getting targeted like me. Like there's people that's really about this shit. But now we all got to stop and act and run to be Diddy's rescue? I don't think so. No, because you were selling out our people for years. Who is this? 112. Slim and Darren. Okay. And obviously Cassie. Cassie has come forward. At least she got a bag out of it. The only person that happened to get a motherfucking bag is a non-Black American. For their pain. Shine was deported back to his country. He went through the ringer. The Locks, Jadakiss, real niggas. And Jadakiss is an excellent rapper, by the way. Excellent. Styles P is too. But you see this shit on your screen of them talking about how they were screwed over. Like, you literally see this. This is not recent. We talking about. I just showed y'all shit from 2005 with people coming forward. Black Americans discussing it. I'm telling you, that's how long it's been discussed. I remember being a kid and it being discussed. And I just showed you the proof of our forums from 2005 with Black Americans discussing what PDD had been doing. And so if I'm telling you as a little kid in Buffalo, New York, living on Humboldt off of Delavan, if I'm telling y'all that I myself heard nothing but bad things about this man, why is the Black community playing obtuse all of a sudden? No, I'm speaking out against this shit. I'm not about to sit up there and act like P. Diddy is innocent. Even if he didn't do the things they saying he doing with whatever they claiming with these lawsuits coming forward. This man worked in a system, bent the knee to their system, never challenged it, never spoke out until it got popular too in 2022 when I got on the scene with this reparation shit, with the revolt. We're gonna get into all that because all this ties into that. And now, because I really want to address you weirdo ass niggas, you quote unquote, ugh, the niggas that saying it's because of what he was doing with he was trying to put the new Black media on revolt, or he was trying to campaign for reparations, and then that had happened. No. He had plenty of time to do that. And it's more so the other way around. It's more so he knew the contract was coming up. And so he decided to start to change over a new leaf because it was becoming revealed to those in that brotherhood that the shit that they was doing, somebody had to answer for it. Now, this is in regards to, I want to say around this time, this was like 2019. That's actually, we could just look it up. We could just look this shit up. So you can see it right with your eyes. So you can see how she's making stuff. P. Diddy gives back publishing. This is when somebody is guilty and they knew they was doing some fuck shit, and then they try to hurry up and make it right, and it's just too fucking late. I can show you a video of this man literally saying, the Black woman that God is a woman. Let's actually go there. Let me go. You'll see that on your screen. I'm looking for the other one right now because this is some deep shit of what's going on here, and I've been screaming from the rooftop of what's happening since 2020. Everything I have not been proven to be a liar yet. I don't care what quirky or what you may have perceived as nonsensical. Everything has come out now. And it's gonna be more and more and more and more and more that comes out. More and more about the shit I've been saying. And you guys are going to be ushered in literally into a spiritual awakening, a spiritual age. You have no other choice because your level is too dense. It's too dense. So it keeps you from being able to understand high level concepts regarding spirituality, mysticism, and esotericism. When it comes to what's really behind this, everything is physical and 3D with a lot of our community. You can get mad and say, oh, you doing this, you preaching, you looking down on us. I'm not looking down on anybody. I'm frustrated because it's been so obvious of what is happening, and it's clear to many of us. There's so many Black Americans that know exactly what I'm saying is true. They know exactly what's been going on, and they are in tune with the spiritual. I just have to Google it because I don't have to P. Diddy. So when he decides to give back the publishing, he decides to jump over in a rapper. Let's look at when he decided to do that. 2023. 25 years of all these bad boy artists saying you fucking them over. Now all of a sudden you want to give back the publishing rights to other artists because you want to do something. You want to change the industry. So yeah, I'll give him that. He wanted to change the industry and then they slam the hammer down. That is a possible notion. However, you shouldn't have been in that shit to begin with, for one. You did a lot of dirt. Like, you hurt a lot of people. A lot of people got screwed over. A lot of people is fucked up. So we can see this. So he did decide to give the publishing in 2023. And he had to turn down 9 figures to do it. They was going to give him over 100 million to sell this people out and to keep the publishing. But he said, no, I'll turn down that 9 figures and give the publishing rights back. So yes, once he does that, he pisses off some people. He pisses off his handlers. He pisses off the people that's making money, that's been making money off of these Black Americans, because he decides to do the right thing. Sometimes it's a little too late, though, honey. Sometimes it's a little too late. You see the date right there in front of you. Now let's look at this. (2022). After all these years in a den of iniquity, screwing over all these other people, so you could clearly see that at some point he tried to do some pivot. He tried to do this pivot after all these years of screwing these people over, of not really giving a shit about the Black community. Clearly, after all these years, this is Jadakiss. We got Mace. Mace is a big one. Mace was done so dirty, it's not even funny. He became a pastor. You guys get the point. Diddy's checkered past, stampedes, feuds. Diddy denies doing former artists. This is 2010. So surviving Diddy 2 years ago. 4 years ago. Shots fired. 4 years. You literally see it on your screen. So because somebody takes 1 year to do 2 good actions, that's enough for the Black community to overlook that a little too late. That's enough for the Black American community to say, okay, we need to go and support him. Not for me, maybe for you, because this nigga was doing all types of ridiculous. And this is just with the artists, not alone what women were going through, not alone Kim Porter, not alone what men had to go through just to get signed. They coming forward about that now because they kept the other stuff on hush hush. They kept that on hush hush because they could end up dead. So they didn't want to tell people that they were getting sodomized or molested. They didn't want to talk about that aspect of it. They just literally talked about being done dirty in the industry. But they kept the other stuff quiet until now, when he turns down the 9-figure deal, whatever. My thing is, it's blood on this man's hands. It's blood. Look at this. The Diddy curse, 2014. That's 10 fucking years ago. This man is not some saint. He is not no martyr. He is none of that. Because he went into that space, to that reparation space or whatever, to try to get in. But they was going to do a sacrifice. They was planning something. And then that's when shit got botched. The whole thing got botched. And they were told, now we getting into the occult. They were told they had to have his head on a platter. And the entities that protect him, there was nothing they could do about it. I'll get into that because I still want to cover some more points. I want to get into that. I'll get into that. I'll break all that down. That's when we get into the esoteric. Because that wasn't even innocent. Maybe the giving back of the publishing was. But for him to try to get out and to try to infiltrate, like what we would call the Black American reparation space, they were planning for them to pull that off. They were planning to sacrifice certain people for that. And It's deep. The people that was involved in that. It gets deep. So there's no question that Diddy did it. Okay, so obviously this is written 10 years ago. They still talking about the same shit. Young Jock, French Montana, Little John, the Franchise Boys, Hurricane Chris. Now these are more artists. Young Jock, 2009. Donnie Klang, 2014. So people have been saying stuff. The point is, they talking about this Diddy curse. They talking about how his artists have always been getting stuff done dirty, treated like shit. Why didn't he change then? Why didn't he do anything then? If it was such a if you just had this change of heart, man, you get out what you will get back what the fuck you put out in this universe. This is a input output thing. This is it, no matter what. No matter what. I want to share one last thing because again, these brotherhood niggas, they realize what the shit they knew time was up. Again, this whole system is ran. Whew, mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. I can't stress enough that this system is ran interdimensionally. Let me show y'all something for those who think that I'm just, oh, she's just having her moment. Oh, no, we about to, because I'm pissed because I had been saying stuff and my community literally tried to not only I really am upset at how my community tried to do me when I try to wake stuff up, but now everything is coming to pass that I've ever said. Look at this. This was Stephen D. Kelly. He's a former NSA and CIA contractor. 2 years ago, I was talking about this quantum entanglement thing where I was able to travel through dimensions and astral travel, interdimensional beings, all this stuff. In 2022, I was trying to tell Black Americans that there was some shit about to pop off, and it had something to do with our bloodline. I was written off. I knew the people that was involved in it. This all relates to when I was trying to tell people that they was trying to sacrifice me in 2022. This was yesterday. You see the date. You see how many people turned in. Deep dive with Stephen D. Kelly. This is a recording. I actually did speak just a little bit in this room. He was admitting to that the CIA do the dimensional travel. In 2022, I was saying that the CIA was doing interdimensional travel and couldn't get past the 20th dimension. Everybody was like, "Oh, Kali's going, oh my gosh." In 2022, I told the Black American community of Affirmations space that this was happening. All of a sudden, yesterday, former NSA CIA agent admits that that's true. In this room that you can play is a recording. You can travel to different dimensions. I mean, he was going deep about dimensions, quantum entanglement, all types of shit that y'all are like literally behind on. I was trying to catch my people up because I was trying to tell y'all this shit is ran interdimensionally. I done seen some shit. These motherfuckers been trying to kill me in my ass. They was using DEWs on me in 2022, all types of shit. And I was trying to wake that up. And the only thing my community thought to do was to hurry. Well, not the thing is, I won't say my community. The Black gatekeepers in the reparation space colluded to bury me because they are a part of all of this. And so they didn't want me speaking out on this. This stuff is supposed to be so secretive. Why is it coming out now 2 years later, though? It's the shit that I was trying to say. Because they have no choice but to. And so when that had happened 2 years ago, the motherfuckers, me just talking about this stuff right here, that this man is talking about, Stephen D. Kelly, former NSA CIA agent. The day after I started talking about this type of stuff out on Twitter space and to friends, I was locked up. I was literally the next day locked up. They did this Obia ritual spell, death spell on me, and got that's an Obia ritual death spell is when obviously they try to kill you. There's a methodology of how they do this. It's all occult energy. And they locked my motherfucking ass up very much illegally. So, and it was people involved in it. The person that it was deep. Now it all got worked out at the highest levels. Obviously, I just said this shit is ran interdimensionally. But it was my own people that did that shit to me, that colluded and pulled all them strings to get me locked up and to try to kill me. obviously at the behest of the federal government, but they were in cahoots with it, the gatekeepers. And they had their little minions go on Twitter or whatever and try to, oh, Kylie's is having a moment. People like Don and niggas like, people try to act like I just lost it or something. Here's another here's another one. This CIA agent yesterday for 5 hours was talking about how they got sound waves, frequencies, underground bunkers, DEW, sonar wave means, all the shit I told y'all that was going on in 2022 with the sound waves and the dimensions. I didn't necessarily mention the underground bunkers because that wasn't relevant to what I was going through. But the sonar wave beams and all that stuff, I was saying this shit in 2022. There's evidence of this on my YouTube channel. People who know in that reparations space what was going on, and nobody cared. Literally nobody cared. I have evidence. I have text messages from friends, from people literally telling me that they knew what was happening to me and they didn't give a shit because they was mad that I didn't take a deal, that I wouldn't take an oath. So these motherfuckers was like, well, you're not playing ball. This is off of play anyways. This reparation space, this whole thing is a dangle carrot, is a democratic play. And you sit up here blowing up you causing my energy is so powerful that it was causing too much rift in they shit. Not just me, the Black American Indians as well. They was waking it up about what was happening with the funding, the nonprofits, the secret societies behind it, what the Freedmen was doing, the funding of George Soros and MacArthur Foundation, all this stuff. We wasn't supposed to be talking about that stuff. This was supposed to be a nice little democratic play, and we was also supposed to shut the fuck up and not air out people who, Black people, mind you, who was trying to get in on this play and get money out of it. And so because we wouldn't shut up, they and since I was the one that was putting out a lot of that, they pinpoint who was the one circling the ideas, who got the influence out of that. Yes, it was indigenous people on Twitter Spaces and on Clubhouse, and I was one of them. But when it comes to the dissemination of ideas, and again, this is based off of energy marker. This is based off of how powerful is your frequency. When you say something, how powerful is your Heka? This is how the CIA works. How powerful is your Heka, to where you say it, you put out a thought consciousness out there, you put out a thought, and how big is that ripple effect, where even if you are the one that maybe not have this big following, whatever, other people would take it and still pass that ripple effect. That what was happening to me since 2021, whether that been on Clubhouse and on Twitter Spaces. I can message somebody behind the scene, they'll go and say, repeat what I said, boom, they got a bigger following, boom, the message is out there. That's Heka. And it kept happening over and over again to me. So my ideas was disseminating everywhere. So when it came time to when I realized, okay, this shit is not really what I want to be a part of, or something not right with this space, and my energy shifted towards that, got the information to the right people. Other people also on their own accord, because I'm not trying to take credit for everything, on their own accord also did research, also spoke out. I was just the one that was chosen, like, get her. And they came after me. And when I tried to speak out for help, come to find out, they were all in on it at the top, or the people I thought that were in my face, whether even family, they were all in on it because they were going to get a deal, a bag out of it, out of my death. And if you think that, oh, you're just making this stuff up, let me just show you this. If this is, why are they scared? Why do they want to add a temporary label to my account, which way impact its reach? What are they scared about? What are they scared? I don't spam. I don't do anything. I mostly retweet people's stuff. I barely even give out tweets. Platform manipulation. You may not use excerpts and manners that artificially amplify, suppress information, or engage in behavior that. What are y'all talking about? And let's look at my profile. I be saying some real ass shit on my profile, like giving out a lot of codes, or just retweeting other people's stuff. What are they actually afraid of? Now I'm not no big name person, but I have 1,581 followers. More than 19 people, 19 views should be. I'm clearly shadow banned on Twitter for no reason, because I speak the truth, and these people are scared to death of me. All they do all day is run target. I ain't even gonna go there because I'm not even gonna go there because y'all already know what's up. Y'all know what's up more than I know what's up. Y'all try to play dumb and plausible deniability. So I'm sharing Ralph Smart. U.S. banks announced 31 bank closures in 1 week. Full list. This is a real article. They really are. This is from dailymail.co. 13 views. They are shadow banning. They don't want you to be awakened. Look at this deep knowledge. I am from the periodic table 369 codes. Stuff that could wake your ass up. Esoteric knowledge in MK in certain movies about MK Ultra. I'm not publishing anything that's just outrageous. I mean, it's the truth. So that's why that label came on my account. JP Morgan funded the building of the Titanic. True. Everything that I've said has been true. They are scared. They don't want people looking at this stuff. The stuff that everything that I've said has come to pass. Literally. I did this weekly tarot reading just on February 23rd. Right? Just on February 26th, just literally 3 days later, stuff that was in the fucking video that I was saying literally came to pass. On Monday. Just that quick. I said that there was going to be lawsuits against a news station. Boom. It happens. I said that there was going to be banking changing their policies. Boom. It happens. Look at the date. February 26th. I put my video out the 23rd. This is what they're scared of. And I'm not backing down because I'm tired of this shit. I said the hospital faces lawsuit. Boom. It happens. And that was when I put the video up originally. Weekly tarot reading. That is why they said, oh, shit. And I had been shadow banned. I just think they're just not telling me. But I had that stuff had been. But then also, these bank closures. 31 closures in 1 week. Announces 31 closures in 1 week. Said that also in the video. They had already announced that, though. So that one, I wouldn't say that. I didn't know about it, but they had publicly announced that. So that doesn't prove, like, clairvoyant skills. But the other stuff does. Because I clearly said it, and it didn't happen. But the biggest one is, let's see, that tarot video that I put out December 30th, 2023, talking about all the stuff that was going to happen in Hollywood. Well, I talked about what was going to happen in Hollywood in November. It all came to pass. But the stuff that I talked about what was going to happen with the intelligence agencies, with the banks, with audit, with the everything I put out in December 30th, 2024. I'm just looking for the post. I wish I would bookmark my stuff better so we didn't have to go through all of this. Yep. But in this video, I said that the intelligence agencies would be exposed and come under fire, that they would, the stuff that they was hiding. I just showed you evidence of Stephen D. Kelly talking about, who was a former CIA NSA agent, exposing the CIA yesterday. In a room where 6.5 thousand people tuned in on Twitter Spaces. In this video, right here, my video, and I'll share it. You see the date, December 31st, 2023. I literally said that the intelligence agencies and whistleblowers would come forward and expose these intelligence agencies, and that they would never be the same after this year. In that video. And so they are trying to hammer down on me because they know they feel like I know way too much. And then, to be quite frank, with me being interdimensional, they cannot kill me. So they have tried to do various MK Ultra rituals, death spell rituals that, whatever it is, discrediting campaigns, anything that they could possibly do, poisoning, assassination attempts, all types of stuff, because it's like, what the hell is going on? This was planned from the top, but it also, went to people that I knew, to also get in on it. Private contract for hire, citizens court, whatever. Obviously, this is this high level deep shit. Obviously, secret societies, Freemasons, they all were in on this, and I knew it because I had quantum entanglement sessions where I can travel interdimensionally and saw who was all involved. And that's and they and per the Twitter, matter of fact, let's just go back to it because I'm not playing these games with y'all. I'm not playing these games with y'all. And I'm not talking to you who didn't screw me over. But I'm saying I was screwed over. And by that I'm talking about like people try to eliminate me and then make it seem like I just lost it. But per this CIA NSA agent himself admitting that quantum entanglement exists, that CIA knows about it, admitting that interdimensional travel exists. And so that is why I am upset, because I've been trying to, and it ties into that reparation space. And honestly, shit went downhill when P. Diddy had got involved in it. When whatever he tried to pivot, he made, specifically because of the esoteric aspects of what was going on, what was taking place. The esoteric aspects, the occult aspects of this. Because they were trying, this was high level psyop. It was a high level psychological operation to funnel in a certain silos of consciousness with Black Americans. They wanted to try something different this year. I'm sorry, they wanted to try something different within the last couple of years in terms of the power plays and new gatekeepers, new types of Black gatekeepers besides the Boule. The Boule is not popular anymore. Everybody knows the Boule ain't shit. Nobody, they don't have control over the Black community anymore, right? And so they were looking for, and I'm telling you, this has happened. This was a specific secret society that has nothing but Black Americans, but people who are more, but they would appear as grassroots. They were told to come amongst us, grassroots niggas like me, niggas, Black American indigenous, Black Americans, and they was pushed, they was told to come around us and to kind of filter off or to examine what was going on, the things we were talking about, talking points and whatnot, and even to try to see who would be a good sacrifice, who would be a good upcoming gatekeeper, who would be who would also make a good deal and make good business. They were told to do this, to infiltrate the grassroots Black American community through Twitter Spaces, Clubhouse, whatever, and to find specific Black Americans that come from certain backgrounds with particularly impoverished background, foster care, drug parents, all types of that shit. And they were to get us into deals or to mold us into a new form of controlled opposition, pretty much. And at that time, the reparations was the most cogent area of which we were concentrated as far as the quote unquote radical Black Americans. It was a reparation space. Obviously, they already got the honeypot traps with the militias. They had already had the intel on them. They already had the intel on the Black gun clubs. They already had the intel on the conscious community that's been infiltrated. And so they needed to do more intel gathering in the reparation space. And so they had, I'm telling you, a lot of the people in that space, man, and I try to wake it up. You niggas learn the hard motherfucking way. And I can't wait 60 to 100 years from now when shit really hit the fan. Because y'all knew. Y'all thought y'all was about to run off on somebody else's energy and get a bag off of me and off of other Black American Indians, Black indigenous in the grassroots space. And that's really why all this shit is popping off. This is really why Hollywood is falling. This is really why the politics is falling. Intelligence agencies are falling. This is why shit is all fucked up. Why the whole Democrat shit, the DNC, all that stuff is falling because of very specific actions that was taking place against a specific group of Black American indigenous. And I am one of those people as to why this shit all popped off. And that I'm talking about the collective shift from 3D, 5D, but also the fall and the glitch in the matrix that took place as a result of certain entities and certain people being targeted that was not supposed to be targeted, that was not supposed to be put on no chopping block to be no sacrifice, or for y'all to try to kill off, or for y'all to try to discredit. That was against universal cosmic law, the shit that was happening in that reparation space that P. Diddy just happened to enter in 2022. Everything was going good, and then shit just started to fall apart, if you notice. After August 22, after August 2022, literally what happened to me after I was locked up, the shit just went to shit. Now we see the outcome with the reparations in California. That botch, no cash payment. What was going on? What was the energy going on? They had that revolt summit in September of 2022, I believe, or October, one of them. What happened to me was August 2022, when I was trying to tell you about quantum entanglement and dimensional travel and whatnot. Obviously, now they just come forward 2 years later with the NSA CIA agent admitting that, when I was talking about how the CIA was doing this stuff to me. And nobody cared. And so what's going on here? Who's caught? What's going on? Chickens come home to roost. That's what's going on. That's what's going on. Look at this. Reason why people wanted to get their shit the fucking together. Here's the thing. Before they had locked me up, the public only knows about an hour of what took place, of what I was trying to get the information out. I was on a phone with a friend behind the scenes talking about, and I knew the CIA was listening. So I was like, well, I'm actually going to talk to you. I told my friend, I said, you can stay on the phone, but I know that they're listening. So I'm talking to them. We were on the phone for 19 hours, and I was giving them information from the quantum entanglement, interdimensional travel. So what you guys think you know, you have no idea. On this was literally the day before they came and got my ass. I'm telling you that I was on the phone with a friend for 19 hours explaining various high-level concepts that will not be discussed in this video of what was happening. Literally just going in about interdimensional travel and the entities that they are in bed with. We all know that this system is ran by Lucifer. So I was getting at him. That's why they came and got my ass. They was like, oh shit, talking about the tribe of Judah. It got real. Oh, it got real. That little shit y'all saw on Twitter, and the shit y'all think whatever y'all think y'all saw, that was nothing. And y'all thought, oh, somebody they knew. The people at the highest levels that run this system knew exactly what I was saying. They knew exactly the language I was speaking. They knew everything. And they said, oh, this woman is not motherfucking crazy. In fact, she knows way too much. She's clearly clairvoyant. She's clearly not even of this ilk. What the hell is going on? Who is this? And you wouldn't believe the stuff that they was doing when they did take me in. And that's how I knew this was all a cult and rituals. And y'all and I really do think more people know. And I think y'all just be quiet and scared. I don't know what it is. I think that Black Americans know in their reparation space. I think that y'all know, and y'all were either in on it because, again, this was supposed to be like, okay, we can really ride off of this person's energy and gifts. Like, we could really get a come up off of this person. It's off her spiritual energy marker. This is how sacrifices work. It's been going on in this system for thousands of years. Come on. In the music industry, everybody talk about, oh, it's almost like that sacrifice. It happens in politics. It happens. Black Americans are involved in it. A lot of them are into it. If they're in the masonry, or if they're into these, if they're in the satanic worship, they are into it. It's not just white people. It's not just Hollywood. Okay. And I'm telling you that they was bringing this shit into the reparations space. And I was warned in 2021 that it was bringing this shit in there. And I thought the dude was crazy. And his name is Denmark VC. And he is still well known in there. But he told me, and he could lie. I know he probably lie and say, no, I didn't tell her that. But he told me 2021, he was like, they need a sacrifice. They satanic and they looking for blood sacrifice. And I'm thinking, like, what is he talking about? What the hell is he talking about? And I did, because I was just so naive. I'm just a nigga that's just like, okay, where's our reparations check? Where's our reparations check? You know? Like, I'm just like, what? This stuff was so over my pay grade. I'm like, what the hell? And when every time they would get so close to doing it, next thing you know, God would literally take me into a quantum entanglement session where I can interdimensionally see what the hell was going on, travel in the future, come back, see who was doing what. And that's how I knew. I said, oh, they trying. That's why I came out on Twitter and said, such and such is trying to sacrifice. Because I had already saw it. I already knew who was connected to the CIA, controlled opposition. I could see it literally, clear as day. That's why they said, that's why the black gatekeepers in the reparations space said, oh, we got to kill her. We got to get her out of here. Because she know way too much. And she's talking too much. But the first thing, once they realized they couldn't kill me, it was just like, let's just make her seem crazy and everybody would think she's crazy. But everything is now coming to pass. Everything I said. So you can't even use that one anymore. Someone talking about quantum entanglement and interdimensional travel is now being discussed by the NSA and CIA. They also, the Department of Defense also just released information about remote viewing and astral travel with the help of with the CIA, the research that they was doing. So you cannot clearly use that. If anything, that makes me a prophet. But this is what my people was willing to do to me to protect controlled opposition and to protect wicked ass niggas, wicked people. And that's why, again, this reparation stuff is connected. P. Diddy came in right at 2022 with the revolt thing. And so for the niggas that's saying, oh, they're coming after him because they were trying to, he was trying to get into to the reparation space and he was trying to give back the publishing. Little too late. And why was he doing it? Let's look at this. Why did they do it? Again, I told y'all, it's a 19-hour conversation that I had behind the scenes that nobody knows about, just my best friend at the time and the CIA, because I knew that they were on the phone listening. It's all the calls were monitored at that time. And I told her, I said, I'm talking to you. I'm letting you know the game, you know, but I'm really talking to them because I know they're listening. And I just went in for 19 hours straight, just talking about intergalactic travel, certain entities of what Lucifer had, a message from Lucifer, message from Kali Ma. I mean, it got deep. It was quantum entanglement on levels never unseen. They knew, they had all the information. And they still studying and scrambling because they knew it was real. That's why I'm not dead, because they knew that like this person is not a regular average, you just can't, this is not the type of hit that y'all think y'all just about to do and just kill this person off. Yeah, it's not happening. And so then P. Diddy comes out with this. P. Diddy thinks God is a woman. The thing is, I had tried to tell, and this was the stuff I was telling the CIA at that time too, by the way, during that surveillance phone call that I knew that he was listening on. This is another thing that was revealed to P. Diddy and to why P. Diddy decided to say, oh shit, what the fuck did I do? And at the last minute, wanted to give back the publishing rights, wanted to hop in the reparation space, because at the last level of his initiation, and this is this is so backwards that they do this down here, but I ain't had nothing to do with that. The watchers ain't had nothing. We ain't had nothing to do with that. And so all we can do is tell humans to not go near that shit. But if y'all don't listen, that's on you. But the last level of his initiation is when he realized is that's when they do the final reveal to your ass that God is a woman. And this stuff is going to fly over most Black Americans' heads. And that freaked him out And they do that on purpose because it's like they let you run your rip for 25 years of sacrificing women, sacrificing artists, screwing over artists, using ridiculous sex magic to harness soul energy, abuse, trauma, all this stuff that they let you get away with it. They don't care. These people at the top, they feed off it too. They make money off of it. But the highest levels, once you start to really reach, you start to realize that, whoa, if you really do the study, you don't have to join the initiation or the oath or whatever to actually know that knowledge. I am not initiated, but I figured it out all on my own, just from being intuitive and being clairvoyant. I am interdimensional. As many of you humans are interdimensional as well. You just don't know it. And so once that was revealed to him, it was like, oh shit. I done spent all these years doing all this shit. And now you try to pivot, give that back the publishing rights to the artist so they can try to get some money in their pocket, try to make things right. But it becomes too late. It becomes too late. No, this is not the video. I want the one. But you can clearly say P. Diddy's mirror caused God a woman. See, but most humans are so lost beyond, like, they don't understand like what he meant when he said that. Like, he was looking petrified in that. I'm trying to look for the video. I guess it was a very specific video where he said it. But he knew. In fact, I'll probably just go to YouTube and look it up. Yeah. Let's see if I can find it here. Okay, right here. I don't want to. But look how he looked, and he talking in this about God being a woman.
It's a constant fight for your happiness. Breathe.
This is recent. He ain't young in this. This wasn't like it's something he discovered 20-something years ago. All these niggas ran in that den of iniquity with these Satanists, and they was a part of that shit of sacrificing women. They was doing horrific things to women. Stumping out babies and all this stuff. And then there's your last level of initiation, which is done on purpose, which the white man set up, and he got his information wrong, and it's all backwards and fucked up. And they stuck and stole the shit and tried to feed it back to you. Of original black woman teachings, original Atlantean black woman teachings that their brotherhood done stole and took and twisted all shit up, and the black man was going along with it. And then now when he finds out at the last level of the initiation that God is a black woman, then it's like, oh my God. Y'all can say that this stuff not true, or this ain't, all this stuff is wrong. This stuff is all backwards and fucked up. All the teachings are backwards and fucked up. This is some old other shit. I'm not promoting no Baphomet stuff. I'm talking about the real esoteric sciences of melanated people. This is something we already knew about God being a woman. It shouldn't even be something that's a big deal. The original teachings of Judaism, all that stuff is backwards. They switched it around. They switched everything around. This was another thing I was telling the CIA. The proper teachings of Atlantean Freemasonry, the proper teachings of Judaism, the proper teachings of Yeshua, the proper identity between Lucifer and Satan. All these things is like this stuff is interdimensional. So if you think that these archetypes of consciousness does not exist as levels of resonance, because you think it's just I guess I'm not talking about the organized religion aspect of this. I'm talking about the very esoteric sciences, the metaphysical sciences, and how these industries and how whether it be the music industry, whether it be politics, whether it be the government, they all know about this stuff. The intelligence agencies, they all know about the shit that I'm talking about. Now, now, if it's over your head, I apologize for that. I don't think it should be for anybody that's listening to me. But once he found that out, God is a black woman, they knew they screwed up. He knew he screwed up. the people in that this little society. And so he tries to do some good, get some good karma, give the publishing back to the artists. He tries to get into the reparation space, and they were, but the thing is, with that reparation space, they were going to make a sacrifice to propel the reparation space into mainstream consciousness on a level where, obviously it's on revolt and all this stuff. So that's why they came around people like us in 2021, 2022, and we didn't know what the hell was going on. We just thought this was a high level psychological it was a bag for these people. I want to go for the one for 2022. I'm trying to look for it specifically. There was very specific people that was involved in that. They happen to have ties to the music industry in the reparation space. They literally have ties for the music industry, whether they're writing contracts for music artists or whether they have just been in Hollywood entertainment itself. So wake your ass up. Wake up. So when he came around, that's when I started to get the quantum intake. That's when I started to see what this shit was all about. God was revealing it to me. And they went after, so I'm just clearing up my screen here. They went after people. They went after me, and they went after other people in the reparation space. These were grassroots Black Americans, Black American indigenous people who really just had no idea of what that it was a play. And they really just was out there as real revolutionaries, real scholars, real activists, people that really wanted to see this reparation shit pop off and take off. And so that the gatekeepers of the Black gatekeepers of the reparation space was targeting certain energy markers for a sacrifice. I was one of those people, and there was many others. I don't want to say their names because I think they knew when they left. I didn't know. Just naive, and not in the right headspace, to be honest. I have to say that too. And by headspace, I mean, at that time I was stressed, and but I wasn't. I had my sanity. I want to make that very clear. I definitely was very, very much sane. I think I had published like 10 books, and during that year alone, very coherent scholarly level books, just that year alone. And so I want to make that very clear. When I say I wasn't in the right headspace, I'm talking about I just wasn't seeing it for what it was. I wasn't at the highest levels of my spiritual awareness. I wasn't in my higher self. I was very angry about what was going on. I was buying into that psychological operation, pretty much. That's what I mean by that. And so they targeted, and it wasn't just in that reparation space. This is this energy that's hitting P. Diddy is now we about to get into this occult stuff. So if you're not into the occult, or you don't want to hear nothing about this, or you don't believe in this stuff, or you think it's crazy or whatever, then this is your cue to exit. But we about to get real into some esoteric shit about how this stuff works in Hollywood and how it infiltrated the reparation space. And this is why I don't think Black Americans should be supporting no damn P. Diddy under any circumstances. They, again, they targeted certain people in that space that was against intergalactic cosmic law. They not only did that, they rounded up their own people in on it, as well as their family. For me, I was the biggest one. I don't care how much they ignore me. I don't care how much they try to, because the best thing is like what they think, what they do now, because they know they can't, they realize they can't kill me because I am an interdimensional being that is above their pay grade. And the being that they do the bidding for answers to me. And so they realize the best thing is just to shadow ban this stuff and to never let it see the light of day and to hope that nobody ever gets to really look at it or understand it or learn from it, because they can't do the crazy thing, because the CIA is and all these other agencies are coming forward, literally backing, including the military is backing the stuff I was saying about quantum entanglement and interdimensional travel. So they can't use that one. They're coming out about interdimensional beings. They can't try to. There's nothing they can say. And also I can draw a correlation if we really, really want to go there. If we really, really, and I know these niggas won't test it. So the best thing that they feel is to like make sure that no one ever gets to see anything that I produce or whatever. And that's their version of, but God got something in store for that as well. And so they fucked with the wrong bloodlines, pretty much. They fucked with they chose the wrong sacrifice. They chose the wrong black sheep, pretty much. They chose a God that was cloaked, that they didn't know who the person was. They just knew it was a light. The occultists and esotericists, they know energy markers. They know your gematria, and they can see your frequencies. And so in the reparation space, there's certain people that got certain frequencies that emanate off of them. And this is just in any space, right? I'm just giving you context from a very specific experience. And so at the highest levels, for them that needed their pound of flesh, so to speak, they just saw, because even I was cloaked from even them. I was cloaked that much, even from the interdimensional beings that ordered the hit, even from the private contract parts of the government that ordered the hit as well. I was cloaked from even them. And so when they went to the black gatekeepers in that reparation space and said, we want her, we got to get her out, take her out, and use her energy. She got a lot of gifts at that time. Right now, I got 18 books that I've published. I'm very gifted intellectually. I'm very gifted. I can sing. I'm clairvoyant. You know, I'm not bragging. I'm just saying, like, it's a person. If someone was to research and really research me well enough, or look at a profile, or look at a dossier that they probably have on me, that stuff will come up in that file. I've been told that my whole life. And so what they do is they look for people with gifts. And if they try to monetize off of them, get them in soul contracts, get them in deals, get them to sell their soul, basically. If they don't do that, then they'll just kill you and then write off your energy, absorb the gifts, and then propel whatever agenda is off of that. Sometimes you don't have to even be showing your gifts. Sometimes it could just be your bloodline. They do this. They have been sacrificing black people for millennia that we will never know about. They could do this by birthright, by knowing who your birthright is based on your genealogy, or they'll do this through, if you show your gifts too much, like what I accidentally did, because I was writing books and doing YouTube and teaching on Clubhouse and, you know, all those, and singing, you know, that type of thing, and doing tarot since 2017. I had my whole first YouTube channel was dedicated to me just reading tarot, like in 2017. There's records of this. So anybody that's clairvoyant, anybody that can sing, can write, and do, this is who they go after, to swipe and harness the energy off of them. This is just what occultists do. I don't agree with it. I think it's very egregious and abhorrent. This is just what the fuck they do. And so in the reparation space, I stood out like a sword thumb. Like I just stuck out like really huge. And so they thought this would be an easy lick. She not initiated into any secret society, any brotherhood. She don't know shit. She's a renegade out here. She don't got no protection. This is all the things that they was calculating in their head. So they thought, she has no protection. This is an easy lick for all of us. And the black gatekeepers in that reparation space at the top levels. I'm not saying just random ass black Americans who believe in reparations. I'm not saying it. I'm saying the black gatekeepers in the reparation space at the highest level. They surrounded me like a pack of flies. These were all Masons. I didn't know. I thought they just liked me. I thought we were all friends. And they was planning to do whatever this is what they do. These are Eastern Stars, whatever. That had ties to the fucking music industry. Every single last one of them. And so this went on, and mind you, people tried to warn me. Literally, one black man called me and said, trying to get you, they either going to try to get you to take some oath, sell your soul. And then another person was like, they looking for a sacrifice. And I really thought in 2021 that these people was out of their mind. I thought that they had lost it. I didn't know. I knew that it was real, but it didn't hit me. It just didn't hit me. It just, it just didn't hit me. But I won't say I thought they was crazy. I just thought that maybe it might have been a little conspiracy. We saw that stuff on YouTube with the conspiracy theories, and it stuck in the back of my head though when shit got real, when stuff started to get real. And in 2022, when they started to have this reparations revolt stuff with the summit, that's when I started to really see that this shit was deeper. This is when Diddy was funding this reparations shit, the summit. That's when I felt in my soul that something wasn't right. And that's when God started to reveal all this stuff to me. And God is a woman. And God started revealing all this stuff to me. My ancestors started coming through. All types of stuff started coming through. All types of God started trying to warn me. Ogun came through. Erishkigal came. Stuff that I had no idea. I am not initiated into none of this stuff. This stuff literally, I had no idea of what even Erishkigal was, what that even is. I am telling you that beings were coming to me, telling me what was going on, and who was doing it, and what was happening. Like it was nothing. My ancestors was like, they was like, imagine somebody just in a daze, in a slumber, and your ancestor, and somebody come in, they shake your shoulders. You know how like you so sleeping and unaware that somebody have to come and shake you out of your sleep, just physically shake you. That's what my ancestors literally was doing to me. Wake your motherfucking ass. They're about to kill you. Like that's literally what they was doing. This is what it was going on. And so August 2022, they come after me. I have, again, behind the scenes, I'm talking to my friend about what's all this stuff is going on, telling them what's happening. 19-hour conversation on the phone with her. This was not me having no breakdown. This was literally me as a clairvoyant being able to interdimensionally travel and speak with various entities and get information from them. And I was cussing out. It wasn't like I was just giving the CIA all of these information so that they could use it. No, I was cussing their motherfucking ass out. Like I had knew what they was in on, that they was behind it. So I was like, y'all, this was, and the reason why those entities had used me as a vessel, as that quantum entanglement, mind you, study this stuff. August 2022, when all this happened, I have the proof that anybody can look this up. That's when they had released that they was messing with that CERN machine. Isn't it funny that the CERN machine got shut down after they had messed with it? Had a homegirl on Twitter, she in the black reparation space too. She said they messing with the CERN machines and there's a lot of entities out. Be very careful. I felt that. That was the same day that shit happened. Wake up. That was the same stuff that's the same day that it happened. It was the same day that stuff happened. Where I went on Twitter and was talking about all this stuff about the Judah and Tahuti and Tiamat and all this stuff. Same day that she had put out that they had this, they did something with this CERN machine, and I didn't know that. How would I have known that? I didn't know that. But I had felt it when it happened. I knew. I said, oh, this is some port. I felt that port. I felt a rush of all these different entities. Not all of them was bad, and also they were cloaking themselves. Some of them was cloaking themselves because they had misinterpreted ancient texts and ancient knowledge. So they thought that by them having this floodgate of the CERN, these spirits come through the CERN and they can usher in this Antichrist era, the age of Satan or whatever. And they had no idea what the hell they were doing because the information was wrong, because it was stolen from black people. The information was stolen from black women by our sons, and they took it and fucked it all up. And then the white man stole it and then jacked it all up even more. Didn't even understand. Didn't know how to understand it. Then they let reptilian white folks. This is different. It's different types of white folks in America and on planet Earth. That's something we don't want to wake up. It's a different type of species, just like it's a different type of species of melanated people, black folk. Amongst us, from Series A, Series B, or you Atlantean, and some of you black niggas got Draco blood too. Let's wake it up. But it's the same thing with white folks too. And so there is a group of the white folks that's at the top that did sell out bloodlines to Satan for power. However, they had to link in their DNA with the reptilian, because I'd like to. The thing is, what's going to happen now by the controlled opposition is they're going to try to play down this type of information. Like, oh, you talking about reptilians? Oh, that's crazy. Oh, that's conspiracy theory. Oh, that's this. All this stuff is going to come out. Everything I say, my hecka is very powerful. Anything I say, I will get backing and evidence for it. So y'all can laugh now and say, oh, ain't no reptilian. That's just conspiracy. It will come to pass that it will be revealed by our government that shit is real, that this shit is real at the highest levels, that interdimensional beings does exist, that they have been getting their technology from interdimensional beings for aeons, that they stole ancient knowledge that they didn't understand, whether it be the Sumerian text, Babylonian text, Atlantean information, Atlantean Freemasonry. They stole that information and botched it, didn't know what the fuck they were doing. Egyptian information, Judaism, didn't understand that, don't even understand Judaism. Bastardized everything. Everything is backwards. That's why the planet is so low level, by the way. That's why it's so backwards. All this low governing force, all of this ridiculousness on this planet, and we're cleaning it up. It's getting cleaned up. That's why we're talking about 3D, 4D to 5D to 6D to 7D, past 20D. It's going down. It's going down. So we are ascending. We are doing an ascension period. Absolutely. But we are giving prequels as to what happened. We are giving prequels on the spiritual level as to how this planet fell in this state of consciousness that it fell in. And so I was doing that here. So if you guys are interested in knowing, like, oh, what is she talking about for further context, watch this video. Planetary Shifts, Original Fallen Angels Goals, Royal Intergalactic Mentalism, Channeling and Ascension. Watch my esoteric stuff. It's free. It's definitely shadow banned, but why we have solar flares, elections, plus disclosure of 10 interdimensional beings. So people who try to say, okay, that girl, this shit will come to pass, that our government will admit, just like our government is just now admitting to astral travel, remote viewing, quantum entanglement, travel, interdimensional beings, and interdimensional travel, and underground. They are literally, I just showed you the evidence of a CIA NSA agent literally talking for 5 hours about it on Twitter Space. Why are they letting that out? Why is this? I mean, let's do this. Matter of fact, let's look at that. Let's get that document. The gateway process. They sent this to me before it even made public, before it was even public. Literally, no lie. Because they wanted me to know, oh, you're not going crazy. This is what's happening to you. Study this stuff and get it in your head. And then they released it to the public. Read it. It's freely available now. So when people were laughing at me, like, oh, she just lost it. The absolute and infinity. The absolute and infinity. This is shit that I was talking about. This is shit that I could see in the spiritual realm. Direction of time and space, nucleus, hologram, jet matter, photograph of quasi-emitting jet of matter. And they're past this. This is why they releasing this shit, because we already got some other shit. Like, this is nothing, really. Like, this is shit that y'all should have never even been hidden from humans. But it was. But there's more powerful stuff going on. So this is why this is nothing for y'all to know now. Our galaxy. I knew that. Taurus. Yep. I'm just looking. I'm just doing some speed reading, but let me get off of this. You get the point. So what I'm saying is that the white folks that misinterpreted the information, I was telling them the correct information. That's what I wrote. My last two books, the book with the language of the gods, the divine feminine, that book corrects a lot of stuff. And the new book that I got called Alternative to Freemasonry. That book also corrects a lot of the information on an intergalactic level. So we're talking about the true story of the fallen angels, true story of Lucifer, the true teachings of Yeshua. Like it gets real. It gets real. It's going down in the spiritual realm. You may not be able to see it. It's not. I can't help that people is living under a fucking rock when somebody is screaming from the rooftop to try to give them information, and then their own community try to sacrifice them and kill them because the government promises a bag. The black ops private for contract and secret societies promise a bag if they can off that person, if they sacrifice that person. This is what happened in the reparation space. But lo and behold, they had no idea. Again, I was cloaked even from them. I was cloaked even from the white folks with the white folks with the reptilian blood that run the system, from the royal family, the bloodlines themselves. I was cloaked even from them. And so they thought that they would just get it. I was an easy lick where they could just harness that energy or get me into a slave contract deal where they will feed off my energy that way by essentially making me take the oath. And since, once again, in August 2022, I started seeing what all of it was about by my ancestors, various gods. Lucifer paid me a visit. It got real. Yeshua paid me a visit. Kali Ma, we spent like 48 hours together. Ogun, he had visited. He'd been trying to tell me this shit for years before it happened, and I couldn't understand what the hell I just didn't trust myself. You know, that's one thing I would say with anybody that has natural spiritual gifts, natural channeling skills, clairvoyant skills. You have to trust yourself, because and then you want to test the spirit too. Because sometimes when people come, when an entity come, you don't really know what's going on, and you be looking like, what the, I didn't ask for this shit. I was put, again, there are certain people that were as children that were put into monarch programs or try to have their birthright sold to Satan or try. There are people that this was done to them as kids. I was one of those kids that had already been preordained or whatever to be part of this agenda way before. Again, they got your gematria. They know exactly who's going. They know who coming into this portal, Earth's portal. They know beforehand. Now, since the information is botched and stolen on the higher levels of the galaxy and of the higher levels of advanced species, they know to work around and how to get certain of us down here unscathed and to cloak us. But there are some people that come through that portal where they'll do your gematria, got your genealogy. They'll be like, okay, we're going to put this person in a program, put this person in a secret government program, sacrifice this person, leave this person alone. They ain't nothing. Let them live their life. They're going to be an NPC. Anybody know what an NPC is? They are most humans are NPCs. Most people on this planet that you see is an NPC. So they just are cattle, pretty much sheep. This person we're going to sacrifice because of their bloodline. They are the blood of Yeshua. They could be the blood of Lucifer. They could be the blood of the Sibyls, oracles, or all three. Let's be real. Some of you Black Americans are the bloodline. I'm the bloodline of the oracles, the original Sibyls, the queen mothers that really had the power. This is the ones that started the whole shit. With the dragon riders, give birth to the Hebrew bloodline, as well as the Atlantean bloodline. The Hebrew bloodline is not an earthbound bloodline. If this stuff is just too high, is too far-fetched for you to like, then you just won't get it. And that's fine. But it plays a role into how the system is ran. And they do target specific bloodlines. They have went after the original real bloodline of Yeshua. They have went after our people. They've been hunting us down like cats and dogs, hunting us down like fucking rabbits. Most of us never get a chance. No, most of us never get this far that I have gotten, because they have been knocking us off left and right. There's been so many people in my family, in my bloodline, that have been a sacrifice, clear as day a sacrifice. There's so many other Black Americans that I know that have been hunted like cattle because of their bloodline. George Floyd was one of them. He didn't have the Yeshua one, genetic code marker. He had a different one that was still just as powerful. Very, very powerful. They do this all the time with Black Americans. Fred Hampton was one. So many. And sometimes there's a sacrifice of a birthright. So sometimes they may not kill you, but they'll sacrifice your birthright. This is what they're trying to do to me because they realize they cannot kill me, so they're trying to sacrifice my birthright. Which I'm going out fighting. I ain't giving them shit. I ain't giving none of these niggas shit. And the sacrifice of a birthright could be like somebody like a political prisoner that is unjustly locked up. Like say Amumi Abu Jamal. They'll try to do that if your power is so a Larry Hoover. It's about the bloodline. It's always about the bloodline. You know exactly who we are. For those of us that's not an NPC, I'm not an NPC. So if you're an NPC, then they're not worried about you. If you're not an NPC, if you come from a very specific bloodline, whether it be the oracles, these were the queen mothers that descend from the Order of Kali, the Order of Tahuti, the Dragon Riders. This is the bloodline that I also come from. This was the bloodline that, again, created the Hebrew bloodline, as well as the Atlantean dimension. Y'all can laugh and say, oh. I bet you them powers that be start publishing shit like this. I bet you they start talking about it in a couple of years because they're going to get some information about it. I bet you just like how every time I say something, boom, they come out with I've said the fifth law of the universe is resonance. A week later, with documented timestamp proof, scientists start, oh, we think we found the new fifth law of the universe, but we quite don't understand it. Really? A week after I put my video out and published my paper on academia.edu. It keeps happening over and over again. So these people clearly know who I am. And I was cloaked. This whole time. Even from Black Americans, I was cloaked. Even from the niggas that tried to, the Black gatekeeping niggas that's controlled opposition that also tried to kill me. I was cloaked from them. I was cloaked. I was cloaked from the everyday Black American. Nobody knew. Not even honestly, some of my family members did start to realize, like, whoa, what the hell is going on here? And that's when I did start to get phone calls. Like, this is not some regular, like, we don't know what the hell going on. I did start to get stuff. You know, they started to see who I started to uncloak pretty much. I started to uncloak. And I'm still somewhat cloaked. I'm not fully uncloaked. I am not fully uncloaked as far as who I am. And for those in the know, they got to keep it a secret because they under oath, they took an oath and whatever, but they all been discussing it. And when I was trying to tell people about here, I'll show you this video here. If you really want to know, this video right here. If you really, really want to know what really popped off with me, watch this video. Watch that whole video, but also watch. I mean, not even just with me, but just with the whole thing, because you won't just be learning stuff about me, right? You'll be learning some very, 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 very powerful information about Black American bloodlines, as well as the occult. If you really want to know some stuff like about how this occult stuff works, even outside of the music industry, then also watch Conversation with Black Americans Part 4, New Direction piece. This was a year ago. Watch that video so you can know how it go with the reprogramming when people break the MK Ultra. Also watch this. Pan-Africanism is dead 9 months ago. Watch this. This is a banger. 5 hours of me explaining how this reparation space is really ran. And of course, me talking about my book as well. But this was a video where a government operative who is a Black powerful gatekeeper called me and said 7 state attorney generals had called him asking how was I still alive and why hasn't anything been done about me as far as me being dead. I'm not going to give the name of that person because these people are so well connected. They already have tried to make my life a living hell, but they can try to make it even more of a living hell. So I'm not just going to be up here reckless saying, oh, his name is blah, blah, blah. Go look him up. And you will see like, oh, this person really can make moves. This person is a real ass gatekeeper. Watch this video right here. Then after that, the shit got real. Oh, addressing the Black Illuminati is this one. Watch this one too. Queen Mothership, Part 8, activities addressing the Black Illuminati. because Black nobility, there is a 14th Black family, and the Black nobility is still powerful behind the scenes. They are not human. They are part. They have some human DNA, but they are part. Oh, I gotta explain this stuff in a way you would understand it. But they are part interdimensional, and they are the part of the Black nobility have sold out the Black American bloodline, as well as even a lot of the African bloodlines, to as a sacrifice to Satan for their power, as well as just like how the white people did it. There are some Black people that did it too. It was a Black noble family that did it as well. They are more powerful than the blood families, and they cloak themselves. They go in and out of these dimensions at will. They go in and out of Earth dimension at will. And when you think about the 400 years we've done in slavery, and the things that happened to us with slavery, the stuff that happened with Africa. You look at the state of Africa. You look at what happened to Black Americans, and what's still happening to Black Americans. That stuff is spiritual. That stuff, that's a binding. Somebody binded the soul. Somebody stole a birthright. Somebody swiped an identity. Somebody did an energy transfer, where the Black people who were on the top are now at the bottom. What happened? Somebody made a pact. Somebody made a deal. And that's what I had put in my first book, The Nakhti Queen Mothership. That's what put me on the radar of the Brotherhood. That book, the first Queen Mothership book. Because I started talking, I said, these motherfuckers, they made a deal. They made a pact. And yeah, this stuff is deep. 4 years ago. Because I saw that spiritually. Because when we talk about the Queen Mother priestesses, the original symbols of the Dragon Riders and the Order of Kali, my bloodline, the original royal Black bloodlines, that was ran by, we got overthrown. Those women was killed. We talk about the Mamiwaba priestesses. We talk about the symbols and orioles. I wrote about that in the book 4 years ago. Those women had their breasts chopped off. They killed 50,000 Black women, had their breasts chopped off live and buried them alive. It was a full-on war in Africa. It happened over here in the Americas too. It may not have been as gruesome as what they do over there, but yeah, the matriarchs was overthrown here as well in the Americas. And then now everybody act like there was never any matriarchs. That's why we're going back into the age, because again, we are back. The ancient ones are back. But nonetheless, to quarterback on what I'm talking about, they know exactly who is who in this country. That's why Black Americans have impeccable genealogy records. They know exactly who is who and who chased back to who. On the white side and your Black side, your Indian side, and even your Moorish, if you're a Black Moor, they even got that all unlocked too. And if you were put in a monarch program or government program, if you are awarded a state, they usually they make it harder for you to do your genealogy research, because they target bloodlines for the foster care program, either as a sacrifice or for a government program that you won't know about. If I'm lying, why is there kids? There was a whole group of kids in South Carolina that was suing the government who had been in foster care because they was put in a secret medical program that they didn't know anything about, and they was forced to be sterilized as children without their knowledge, and they was given medicine to test the medicine on them, because what they do is they test your IQ and they test your creativity levels, like your Torrance test. They do the Torrance test, IQ test, all types of different types of tests they give these kids when you're a foster care kid, and then they filter you off based on what they think you can add to the system. Where they think if you are somebody they think is not necessarily NPC but can be a useful idiot, they put you off in a program to be experimented on. This is what they do. This is what they did with them kids in South Carolina. The kids in South Carolina came forward. They sued the government for testing medicine on them without their permission. That they didn't even know. These kids was getting sick. They was sterile, all types of black kids, Black American kids. Another one called Project Pixie. They put these kids in like some type of weird government monarch program that the state was overseeing. Kids didn't know. The program was to pretty much literally breed Black American doctors from those who were, they went right in the hood, found some kids where they like, okay, you gonna be, you from the hood, We gonna monitor you, social work, pretty much control every aspect of your life without you even knowing. This is a subtle form of MK Ultra, right? And again, not all of it is bad because it's invasive, it's unethical, but from their perspective, they were saving these kids from the hood and from the, it was just experiment. They wanted to see if you could pretty much mind control or filter in kids into a certain lifestyle. And so with Project Pixie, it was, could the kids all be doctors? Could they all come from the hood, get their shit together, go to school, become all doctors? It was like 35 of them. A small little prop program. All of the kids became doctors, unbeknownst to them. They didn't know that they were in a program. The parents had signed up, signed from to be in some government shit. They didn't know what they were doing because they was getting the check. So they didn't even really look and read, find, it's, in the hood, and not looking to see what the hell is really going on or anything. And then they sound good. Like, you're going to be in this program where we, if we look out for you, we send social workers to your house every week. We give you food. We look out for, help give you stipend to look out for the kid. Same thing happened in the Harlem Renaissance, believe it or not. Same thing. With all these jazz artists, they wanted to find out, okay, if there's kids in the hood, if we fund their music lessons, if we put them in poem, put them in writing, free piano lessons, can we get them to live up to their full potential? And it's all at the highest levels, at the behest of powers that's way bigger than the government, believe it or not. And what they do, the kids become, that's when again, this is high level psychological operations. So next thing you know, all the kids that receive the free piano lessons by the best of the best, and we're all friends with one another, and they all become amazing writers like James Baldwin, or like amazing pianists, amazing classical. This was all, and that doesn't take away from their talent. I'm saying that, but sometimes what the government will do is they will set up experiments and programs to see, just to experiment, to see things. This is what they do. Everybody knows this. It's documented. Then we talk about the sinister forms of straight up MK Ultra. About that program, Montauk program. It can get really dark. It can get really, really dark. And I knew this when I was 5 years old. Oh my gosh. I'm about to get deep. What they was doing when I got put in foster care, they was testing me. It was giving me mad motherfucking tests. I told y'all about my experience in foster care. I already told y'all multiple times of how I was treated. What was I really thought it was Christmas every day. I had a very, very good experience in foster care. I had the same foster care mother for 3 years who ended up adopting me. And it was a Black American woman from Georgia. And she treated us good. She treated us like we were her own. She was old enough to be my granny. So we call her grandma. We call her granny because she was in her 60s when she adopted us. She was in her late 50s when she got us. And so she said, y'all can call me mom. You can call me granny. She can call me Mama Jackie. She can call me Mama Jackie. You call me granny. You can call me mom. But you already got a mom. And she said, I'm going to let y'all see your mom. Because even though the courts was like saying y'all can't, you got to keep them away from their parents, she wanted us to, she still let them come around. So she said, you already got your mom. You already know your mom. So maybe you want to call me granny. And she was older. Like we were like, yeah, you mad. Oh, not no disrespect. I'm just saying in the kids' mind, we like, okay, yeah, you do look older. So yeah, we'll call you granny. And so I talked about that. I talked about my experience in foster care, but they was definitely testing us. I went through gifted schools my whole life. When I was in fourth grade, I was in a 7th grade class reading level. When I was in 8th grade, I was already taking high school courses. But when I was in 9th grade, no lie, and this is not just me, my friends as well that I grew up with. A couple of my friends, we were in a 9th grade. We were in a class with 12th graders at Hutch Tech. No lie. That's what it was. That's just what it was. When we were at CSAT, these were Black American kids, by the way, and CSAT was at this time was majority white. The few Black American kids that was in my class, they had it siphoned off based on advancement level, based off of these tests. They gave us SRIs, they gave us FSAs, they gave us benchmarks. The small group of Black American kids that would ace that shit, they had formulated this plan where they filtered us off based on our scores. And so we got put in the advanced class. We were literally the advanced class in CSAT. And it was like about 6 of us, 6 black kids, and the rest was white. And well, maybe a little bit more than 6, maybe 8. It was about 8 black kids, and the rest was white. It's like 24 kids in the classroom, right? And we all stuck together. Literally, half of us damn near stuck together all the way throughout high school and all the way throughout college, even same church. Wake up. This is deep. Okay. Grammar school, 4th grade, like then you go to you transfer from one school to the same high school, to the same college, to the same state. Come on, that's a program. Like, and I told y'all that a lady had tried to tell me that when I in 2017, and I thought she had lost it. She came to me and she was studying me, listened to the way I talk, stuff that I know, and she said, "Was you in a foster care program?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "Was you awarded state?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "You in a government program that you don't know nothing about." She said, "You being monitored, and it's something." She said, "It's so obvious to me." And she said, she said, "It's not obvious to you though." And I didn't know what she was talking about. I really didn't have no idea. I had to really examine my life. I had to examine my entire life to really understand what the hell was going on. But this program, I have to say, as an intuitive, now I'm speaking as a clairvoyant. This program, now that I reflect on my whole entire life, from being a foster care from 5 years old, from stuff that the teachers used to say to me, from stuff that just everything, just really observing and really studying. I was put in a program that relates to technology. All of the schools that I've ever went to was about technology and computer science, something with computers, and politics. Now, at 5 years old, I say this is because when I was young, people used to always say stuff to me about relating to politics. Everything was about me having to run for something in office or something of that nature. And I know they're getting mad because they're like, "Damn, she really blowing up the whole damn program." But anyways, when it came to when I got put in the foster care program, I guess the program that they filter me off, because again, they filter off the foster care kids based on whether you're expendable, whether you're going to be an NPC, medical lab, or a lab rat. If you're a genius, they'll preserve you, keep you, see how you can be useful to the system. Whatever came up in my test, because I remember them. They dropped the pen when they was doing my test and they was asking me all these questions and making me fill out all this stuff. At 5 years old, I remember like the look of shock on this white man's face. This look of this complete shock on this white man's face. And he dropped his pen and it was like, whoa. And they filtered us. I guess they filtered us off. Like, we got to make sure that these kids, get preserved. Or I guess they figured, make sure that they have a somewhat decent, normal life, but, still within their community. My family, it comes from a very specific bloodline. My biological family comes from a very specific bloodline. Do you know that my adopted family is related to my biological family, and we come from the same bloodline? We come from literally the same. I done the genealogy on my adopted family and on my biological side, literally, on both of them, and we all come from the same exact damn family. And so that was all worked up at the high level. They already had to file on that because my dad is military. So they already, and at that time, he was in a secret society. So I guess they figured they was able to finagle that some way where they still filtered us to a foster care mother who still had ties to my biological bloodline somehow, even though we weren't related, obviously. And when you start looking up higher at the genealogy level, we start going further and further into the genealogy. That's when you can start to see it. We're from the same place in Georgia. And that the families know each other, that type of thing. So that's what I mean when I say related. Like, the families knew of each other. Or the Payne family and the Watkins family. These are my adopted families. And Stanley family, they know of my biological family. When we go back into the 1800s to 1700s and shit. So it was all a play. Everything is deep. It's deep. And so they sent us there in foster care and foster mother. We had a good damn time. No lie. Like, we didn't want for nothing. We were treated very good. There was no motherfucking abuse or nothing like that. We was ghetto fabulous. I tell you it all the time. It was bougetto, ghetto and bougie. And so that's what it was. And then she ended up dying after she adopted us. And we went to another adopted family member. And so I say that to say that they knew of my bloodline. They knew exactly who I was coming in this bitch, just like all Black Americans. They know exactly who some of you are, whether you're going to be an NPC or not. And with me, it was they had it where, okay, we could put her in a program for politics and government, for something like that, where she run for she becomes she's a politician. But well, this is what it was before. When I was a kid, this is what the program they had put, and also with technology, something with working with the Department of Defense with technology. This is what my life was supposed to filter it out into. This is what they do with most humans. You have to come in here through a portal. You have to come through as a soul, and they just filter your ass. But if you become a ward of the state, it's on a whole nother level. They can do whatever they want with you. If for the foster care kids, they're gonna do whatever they want. That's it. That's just it. Because, and most of the time, they are sacrificing and killing them kids or sex trafficking them. Most of the time. But if you happen to, like, where they start to really do your gematria, or they do these occult rituals, or they try to put spirits, because a lot of times they try to put spirits on the foster care kids too. They put spirits on them and they realize shit ain't going right, or something is they being told from the high levels of the government that's interdimensional. Leave that kid alone. Can't fuck with her. We can't fuck with these kids. We got to keep these kids. Sometimes that does happen. And so that's also an aspect of what happened. But I was still cloaked. Still, even in that sense, I was still cloaked. And even with the politician stuff or whatever, part of it was still a swiping of a birthright, and I won't say it wasn't necessarily swiping of a birthright, but from what I was getting, and again, someone also told me in 2017 that parts of the system was confused as to what they would do. Some wanted to save my life and preserve because they knew who I was, or they suspected of who I was, and then the other just wanted to off me, to not have to deal with this age that we're dealing with now. And so that's an aspect of it, I guess. But I would say I was cloaked. I was cloaked from at least the low level niggas that was trying to sacrifice me in that reparation space. I was cloaked from them. They didn't know. And so it's deep. This is all deep as far as like what bloodlines get targeted. I was not the only one in that space that got targeted. I was not. And so bringing this back to P. Diddy, because I'm not putting this on P. Diddy. This is so much bigger than P. Diddy. Like, P. Diddy is small fry compared to the shit I'm talking about. This is, like, I'm not trying to go on, P. Diddy. This is not about, when I'm telling my story about them trying to sacrifice me in that reparation space, I am not blaming that on P. Diddy. I want to make that very clear. I am saying that there was catalysts, and there were figures involved, energies involved in that culminated to them coming after a certain bloodline and certain entities in that space that were cloaked. I was one of them. And the ricochet of them violating very powerful people that they should not have ever touched. And again, it was a group of us. It's a group of us in that reparation space that I'm talking about. That's when whoever was involved in it, whoever it may have been, including at that time, because again, I literally gave the warning to my people in 2022 about what was going to happen with, when I was talking about the Judah and this quantum entanglement stuff. I gave the warning of what would happen in Hollywood and politics and with government and with everything. I gave the warning. They thought I had just lost it, but everything is coming to pass now. But I'm saying them coming after certain bloodlines, me being one of them, was the straw that broke the camel's back. And anybody that was involved, anybody that had anything to do with it, indirectly, directly, inadvertently, whatever, they would be the one to have that pendulum swing back on them, and they would get sacrificed to the system. Why? Because this is how, now we're about to go even deeper. You can either say, oh, she don't know what she's talking about. I don't care. At the highest levels, this matrix system is ran by the homunculus version of Lucifer. It is not the real Lucifer. It's a homunculus version of Lucifer, which they call Satan, right? Runs this system, runs Hollywood. It's a known thing. Like let's not be stupid. It's a known thing that, and it's not. And they run government. He runs politics, and he runs music. But that when I was saying, and I said this on the phone. Remember, I told you I said I was on the phone for 19 hours with a friend, and I knew that the call was monitored. No lie, I said I know that this reparation space is being infiltrated by Satanists, by secret society. Like I saw it. I literally saw it, and so they were infiltrating the reparation space. That energy that's over Hollywood, that energy, and so that's what this matrix is ran by. However, it's for a certain amount of time. That time has now come to an end. That time came to an end in 2019. However, the war is already won. The battle is already won interdimensionally. It's just that planet Earth, when you get denser, when you get into a dense dimension, which is the 3D with 4D, 5D, even 60, 70, you can't see it yet. I would say even 80, 90, you can't see what's already been done. In August 2022, when I had my quantum entanglement interdimensional travel, I was telling people that it's already been done. The war is already, it's been won. We already know the outcome. So I'm not sweating it. That's why I be talking about such heavy shit, if you haven't noticed. My whole channel is just filled with heavy stuff. It's all true. It's very esoteric. It's occult. Some of it is scholarship. A lot of it is scholarship as well. People get scared. People get so scared, like, oh my gosh, she's saying these things, she's telling these secrets. Oh my gosh, they're gonna kill you, they're gonna after you, I already told you, this shit has already been played out interdimensionally. Earth is just lagging. Planet Earth is just lagging. It hasn't played out in time and space yet. It hasn't played out in real time on this planet. But it will. You guys will see. Everything I'm saying is coming to pass for a reason. But I tried to tell y'all what time it was. August 2022. I said, Judah, wake up. It is time. Oh my gosh, it is going down, basement. It is going down. I had in the spiritual, it was like full blown warfare it's always spiritual warfare. Even on 3D Earth, even if you can't see it, you're in spiritual warfare. But like, as far as a battle for your mind and your soul and your consciousness, and but that shit, whew, good God. We talking about Tiamat, Tahuti, Yeshua. I mean, I had never seen nothing like that. I had never, like, it was like, whoa, and it was heavy. It was so heavy because I have text, like, if we really want to go there and try to make it seem like, oh, you're just making stuff up, I could show you of Kabbalah priestess occultists that were in the reparation space. We were having tons of messages behind the scenes, and he said, I could show you these messages because this is a person that betrayed me anyways. He said, apparently you have been chosen. They chose you. They chose you, these gods and these, because he said, be very careful with this power and with that. Like, do you know what? He said, very few people get to have access to what you, and this is a person that was in the reparation space, an activist who is military, who is a Mason, and who is also a Kabbalah priestess and an occultist. And I have the messages to prove what I'm saying, where he was saying, and they sent him on me. I said, they put you on. I said, you're a fucking agent. I already know. But when I was going through all of that, he was like, because I guess at that time, honestly, he was one of the ones that I was trusting. We were talking every day. And I knew, like, sometimes somebody put a bug in the back of your head as far as like you will feel something, but you won't. Again, I didn't trust myself because I had felt something. I said, something's off. But I just out of everybody in that reparation space, he was one of the ones I was closest to. So I guess they figured, okay, go and watch her, observe her. So when everything was going down, we was talking about that shit behind the scenes. Like, we talking about big ass paragraphs, like whole ass books. If we were to publish all those messages between me and him, we'll have a nice ass book that you could like you'll be like, damn, like y'all was really talking about this shit. Like this shit is real. This is a Kabbalah priestess. And he was saying, like, you gotta hold that power, you gotta hold this energy, and I'm thinking, mind you, I don't even know what's going on. Why are y'all doing stuff to me and whatever? Why are y'all putting spells or doing rituals or whatever to someone and they don't even know what the fuck is going on and they didn't consent to it? That's foul as hell. Like it pretty much what the messages would allude to. Like, okay, so you did know what was going on with her. Or and this is a motherfucker in the reparation space. That's when I said niggas in the reparation space are occultists, Satanists. I mean that shit. I'm not just making that shit up. I mean that shit. And they foul and they wicked. Because they knew what was going on with me, and they knew that I was being attacked by Masons and the government and whatever, and they were in on it. And they didn't care because I was supposed to be their sacrifice. And I'm telling you, he was telling me like, oh, he was telling me this is the astrology markers and points. Like he sent me some map of some astrology stuff and was like, look at this constellation points. This is when the CERN stuff was released, right? This is the same day. And he's like, Kali came through and these entities came through and they chose you to get literally. Just in the message, like very cavalier. Mind you, I'm still thinking like I'm still don't know what the hell that's very foul to do. That's to me. And you can hear like the anger and stuff in my voice because I had to vindicate myself. Had I died, nobody would have cared. You would have never known nothing. I've almost died several times behind this shit. And so that's why I'm angry because they not only try to kill me, but then just try to write me off as someone that's just crazy. And I don't respect that shit. And I'm literally still here to tell the tale. And I know for a fact that they are shocked because the stuff that they were sending me, the messages that they were sending me, like, I know that they was like, damn, like we really got sloppy there with that one because she could literally just like start showing text messages, giving out names, whole ass names and stuff, and really just fuck shit up for us. Like really and they still be trying. They have frozen bank accounts, all types of stuff they have done to me. They have, and I know Black Americans feel like, okay, you deserve that because you were supposed to sacrifice for us or you were supposed to do this for us. I don't owe y'all shit. I don't owe a deceptive nigga nothing. I don't owe a deceptive people nothing. You were supposed to do this, and since they didn't get their bag or they didn't get their deal, they didn't hold up to their bag or whatever. They feel like I deserved whatever the government was doing to me in terms of like freezing of the bank account, targeted harassment campaigns, noise campaigns, electronic weapons, DEWs. Maybe they feel like, okay, because they really wanted a bag out of that. And they couldn't kill me. So they started like everybody in my circle turned on me. My own family, my best friend, friends turned on me because they were so upset. Like they was like pretty much confirming what I had already knew. Like, yeah, we didn't care about you and gaslighting me. Oh, we should lock you up again. We should lock you up again. And we gonna put you away again. All that type of stuff. I'm like, whoa. No, this is some wicked ass shit, man. And I knew for a fact they thought that we could say these things to you because you're gonna be dead anyway. It's not like anybody gonna find out. And so they was going in. With them with them electronic weapons and noise campaigns and all types of targeted. We all know about the targeted harassment stuff that they be doing, that the government do on whistleblowers and activists and clairvoyants and scholars. Imagine if you're all three or then from a certain bloodline. Please, they are going to come after you. But to get your friends and family involved in it, whew, that's a cold one. It's a cold world, man. It's cold. And the thing is, I was cloaked. They didn't know who I was. They had no idea. And so nothing was working. And there are people that know what I'm talking about. They'll never come forward and admit because they are under oath, but they know. Damn, that person really is who they say they are. Or at the higher levels, because the thing is, this information is compartmentalized. It's compartmentalized. So the low level people won't know what the hell's going on at the highest levels. They don't know who they're serving. They don't know the campaigns that they're running. They don't know the agendas that they're following. They don't know the psychological operations that they are in. They don't know. The reparation space is a psychological operation, high-level military science. They don't know that. The average Black American in that don't know that. I didn't know it. I had no idea. It was a play. It was a political play for the Democrats. It's all falling apart. Thanks to the grassroots Black Americans who started pointing out shit. I was one of them. And so what I'm saying is, what you see now, and I don't care what nobody tell you, because I have the timestamps of me prophesizing of certain events that would take place, and then it happens. Of me knowing, and I know they got a dossier, and I know they got a big ass file of me going off for 19 hours behind the scenes that y'all would never get access to, of me talking to them, telling them what was going to happen, who was here, who was down here, who was doing what in the proper forms of this information. They have that file. And that's why everything, the whole turn of events has switched. That's why it's like we entered a parallel universe where Hollywood is falling and where people are getting blasted and people are, why? They came after a very, very specific bloodline that they should have never fucked with. I was one of them. I was in it. There are others. There are other Black Americans who have been affected by this. There are even some white folks, believe it or not, that have been killed and sacrificed. And they are of the same bloodline. And we are all back. We are like, oh, hell no. They fucked up. And so when it comes to like who runs this matrix system, Lucifer, when they came after us, who you would call the chosen ones, watchers, interdimensional beings, whatever, dragon riders, we don't care. Whatever you want to see it. He knew we were down here. He knew about me. Now we're talking esoteric. Because he visited me when I was locked. He said, I didn't agree with what happened to you. I was not in on that. I didn't have nothing to do with that. What they did. And I don't agree with it happening. And I'm letting you know now. Don't sign no motherfucking paperwork. You don't got to sell your soul to be down here. And whatever you got to teach, go and teach it. We ain't fucking with you. This wasn't my call. This pretty much is like, this shit got out of hand. And I don't know who made this call, but it was not supposed to go down that way. This is literally what the entity Lucifer had said. Because it's just like the story of Job with Lucifer and God. When God said you could do anything to Job, but don't kill him. We talk about this adversarial energy, potentiator energy. Humans are behind. I'm trying to explain this in a way where an average human can understand, because most humans are indoctrinated. Most humans don't know esoteric knowledge. Most humans are very behind. And so I cannot speak freely without because of the indoctrination that has been taking place, because of the dogma that people are under. But I will try in a way where you can understand me. That's why I'm bringing up the story of Job. And so we all know in the original Aramaic Hebrew Bible that the devil was always looked at as a adversary or a potentiator. In a galactic sense, these are resonances, these are archetypes, these are states of dimensions. And they can create octaves of themselves, they can create homunculus of themselves through electromagnetism, resonance. And sometimes if you don't have spirit, you can create a homunculus. But if you have spirit, you can create an octave. But if you don't have spirit, you can create a homunculus. And so the people that stole Black people's knowledge, they figured out this science. They have this science, and they started to create homunculus deities, homunculus versions of Lucifer. And this wasn't white people. When I say the information was stolen, this was stolen by another group of interdimensional beings that bred in with that bred in their DNA with white people. But I'm not. This is beyond the level of Earth-based where they we're moving beyond the level of where it played out on Earth, is what I'm saying. Because on planet Earth, how it played out was white people conquers Black, through slavery and colonization. That happened. What happened in the spirit realm that allowed for that to happen? How do you get from Black people with all these civilizations and all over Africa, all over America, pyramids everywhere, Sphinx and all? What happened in the spiritual realm we're talking that it would allow for that, for the white man to plummet Africa in the Americas. So when I'm telling you about the interdimensional knowledge that was stolen, this is an octave above Earth. This is a level above Earth. What I am saying is that those beings stole knowledge from the dragon riders before they came down to Earth, and it played out. But they had more power than the humans already here, and so they knew how to create homunculus humans and homunculus deities. And so they're on planet Earth, right? The information was stolen, bastardized, hidden, switched around, or not even revealed, because the information that they stole wasn't always oh gosh, here's a dog. But the information that they stole, they didn't even understand it. They didn't even understand it all. This is real heavy. This is a heavy topic, so bear with me, because it's like, you try. I had put a lot of this in the book already, the language of the gods and divine feminine, but it's still heavy occult information to be given out. So let me just get my bearings, because I'm thinking like, should I be sharing this stuff? But because when you start sharing stuff, it gets real. It gets real, man. The hits you have to take behind the scenes just to get stuff out, right? But yeah, this matrix system, under the agreement of interdimensional beings that are above the royal families, the 13 bloodlines or whatever they say, that are above the Greys, they're above the reptilians, they're above all of this stuff. Come on. They're above the homunculus Lucifer that run this system. They had an agreement of what could take place to certain souls that enter this planet. They had an agreement of what could happen to them, of who could do what. And this was all as to be as a potentiator, a catalyst for the human souls that enter into this planet. This was all set up by Creator God. It's like a video game. You got NPCs, you got video broadband latency, you got come on. It's like a hologram. I don't really go there, because then I'm gonna lose you guys. But even if you study like the hypertext Hebrew language, you'll get what I'm saying when I say like it's like a hologram supercomputer with a transducer. You'll get it eventually. But that's how it alludes to that in the Bible. It alludes to that in all religions, by the way, whatever you believe in. It alludes to that. But there's a certain set of rules and laws, cosmic laws, as you would say, universal laws, that you couldn't go after certain beings. And okay, yes, this is a potentiator, this is a catalyst energy, an adversarial energy on this planet, but you can't go left. Like, you can't go after certain light beings and certain chaos intelligence workers, certain entities that want to come to this planet as well, to balance out the low governing force here, to balance out the resonance here. They were supposed to, whether that be moving from 3D to 5D, from 5D to 7D, it didn't matter. Those beings were on this planet to do that, and we cloaked them for whatever reasons why we had them cloaked, to make sure that they can get down here so that they weren't killed off as children, or so they weren't sabotaged, or so the parents, the bloodline wasn't all eradicated. That's why they have wars and certain stuff, so they want to wipe off whole bloodlines. However way we get cloaked, that's God's business. It's not okay for them. What they did was so illegal. I'm telling you, what they are doing and what they have done and what they have did, whether it be to me and whether it be to thousands upon thousands upon thousands, totally illegal. They have violated like every universal law that you can ever think of when it comes to humans, and when it comes to planet Earth, and to the deities, and to other interdimensional beings. They have violated universal law, but they were told. And again, the honcho that runs this matrix, again, this whether you look at it as the homunculus Lucifer or the real Lucifer, however you want to look at it, he knew we were coming in. some people say it's a she. There are two Lucifers. There's a primordial one. That is the grandmother figure. She has nothing to do with this damn planet. And some black women know about her. And that's why you see some secret societies talk about that version. That is a whole nother topic. I can't even get into that. That would just blow humans' minds. You wouldn't even be ready for that information. I put it in the book though, but you guys still wouldn't be ready for that information. I also told the CIA about that as well. This is why all this stuff is happening, because I already gave them told them everything that will be happening. So they got all that. They know the difference between the primordial, that female version, and they know the one, this young male fallen angel child one, the 5 to 10-year-old Lucifer, who most humans, how do I say this? Even though this is a fallen angel and they are looked at as a child in God's eyes, like ages 5 to 10 in God's eyes. This is how all of the fallen angels are as far as age wise. To a human, the human still sees them as considerably more intelligent than them and have considerably more power than them. But when we get up to the higher levels that are way above Earth, way beyond Earth, they are seen as children. Humans are seen as like an infant child. Like you could take your 60-year-old human, and as far as the level, like in the chaos intelligence realm eyes, God's eyes, the heavenly realm, if humans would say, that will be looked at as a baby, literally like a 2-week baby. So the angels are looked at as age 5 to 10 in God's eyes, whether you're a fallen angel or a regular angel, or the angel that did not renegade. It doesn't matter. It's the same thing. These are all interdimensional creatures, by the way, but I'm saying angels so you guys can understand me. So there's 2 versions of Lucifer. The primordial one that's served as, I can't even get into this stuff. It's too deep. Just get the book, The Language of the Gods, if you want to know. I'm not discussing that here. I'm already, I already deal with enough shit. I ain't getting that information. But the young one that has to do with more planet Earth. And there's Humunculus Diddy is posing as him as well. That deity knew that fallen angel, he knew that we were coming down here. He knew. He might not have told y'all that. He might not have told the lower levels of the secret societies. He might not have told even aspects of the government. But they knew. He knew. And so, by clearance of the chaos intelligence realm, the Godhead realm, it was already agreed before I was born or before any of us other chosen ones were coming down here that they couldn't lay a hand on our head during this time. They had a certain amount of time, whatever they're going to do it. As far as the adversarial potentiator aspect of the soul ascension that we was to learn from the various lessons of just existing on planet Earth. Just merely existing on planet Earth, you're going to go through trials and tribulations that would make you stronger or break you. If you go through the process of paying attention and awareness, and you limit the distraction, even if you don't get it all right, because I didn't, I was distracted. I'm telling you, and through whatever path that you choose to become enlightened, you would go through your adversarial process. My adversarial process started very young. I was in a foster care system. I went through mad shit. The year after my foster mother adopted me, she died. I went through mad shit. I'm telling you. Like those type of experiences are potentiators. It's to mold you, especially like with me. I have a life path number 8. Life path number 8, you usually always have a fucked up child. A lot of people with life path number 8 have fucked up childhoods because they're on the catalyst. They're on the accelerator path to soul ascension. So believe it or not, you can still ascend your soul here. It is through the trickster adversarial energies, potentiator energy. However, there are very sinister forces on this planet. Also, there are illegal activities taking place cosmically. These illegal activities taking place cosmically. I was a victim of the illegal activities as well. That it was not given clearance by the one who runs this matrix system. The illegal activities that have been taking place consist of feeding other homunculus deities through sacrifice, blood sacrifice. Whether that be kid, whether that be light bearers, light beings, whatever, people with certain energy markers. They go and say to get that one, set this person up, get that one. And this is how the music industry is ran. The music industry is not ran by the original This is Lucifer is ran by the imposter Lucifer, the homunculus deity, homunculus, and they sacrifice, whether that be to Moloch, whatever. You guys know this stuff. It's not even nothing. And come on, people can play dumb and act like, oh, you're supposed to keep that a secret. But anyways, it's a false, it's an imposter energy that has nothing to do with the adversarial potentiator energy for accelerating the soul. Nothing whatsoever, motherfucking ever. Okay, nothing whatsoever. However, it's a free will planet, and so if there's a group that decides to pervert someone's esoteric sciences, whether that be the Sumerian text, Babylonian text, ancient Canaanite knowledge, whatever it is, if a group come together and they form a society and they end up bastardizing this shit and fucking it up, but figuring out how to generate power from a backwards reverse engineering science method of electromagnetism, then believe it or not, even though it's illegal on a free will planet, it will go on for some time, and then justice, and then because you get out, you get back what you put out. Output, input. Whatever you put out, you're going to get back. It's just the ebb and flow of life. Law of rhythm, law of polarity, law of correspondence, law. We all know the laws of the universe. And so that energy is not what I'm talking about when I say adversarial potentiator energy, that the head honcho, the original head honcho that runs the whole entire thing. That's different. There's two different things going on here, okay? And so he knew that I was coming down here sent by God. Now, I'm not the only one. There's chosen ones. We already know. I just said light workers, Pleiadians. Well, it don't matter where you are. A cloaked Atlantean, you know what I'm talking about. Andromedian is a bunch of us that was sent by God down here during this time, during this end times, as we say. And that entity had already, and I was told this at 22 years old. He had already knew that we couldn't be killed, that nobody should be trying to fuck with us. And nobody should be trying to mess with these beings. We'd agreed to it for planet Earth. It was only supposed to be for a certain amount of time. Earth was supposed to go for 3D, go through its cleansing period, 4D, 5D, 6D, silos of consciousness splitting into various aspects of interdimensionality based on density and resonance. That was something that was already planned thousands and thousands of years ago, or something God already knew since the beginning of time. So, yeah, just because it might have been hidden from you, or because it wasn't even hidden, it was just, people are just so unaware on this planet. Yeshua tried to wake it up, killed his ass. A lot of bloodlines, anybody that was attached to his bloodline, they've been offing us back to back to back to back. They've been doing us dirty. And so, but it was violating cosmic law. This was a homunculus. Again, this satanic thing that's going on down here, that's real. That's some real wicked shit, man. And it is in the music industry. That's why I said the homunculus deities that the higher interdimensional beings had created as lower octaves of the original morning star, the fallen one. This is real. I know it's deep. And so they were attacking. When they set up this, again, these secret sites that feed off of the blood, the cults, death cults, and secret sites, they go after certain people for their sacrifice. They had no idea of the agreement between the original fallen angel that runs this matrix, as well as God. Now you could find out a little bit of what I'm saying if you just read some stuff in the Bible, especially if you just read like the story of Job. That will give you a better understanding of what I'm talking about. There are agreements between councils, and it's bigger than just God. Like we talking about galactic councils, federations. It gets deep. This is a governance. The galaxy got its own governance. The universe got its own governance, just like you see a governance in a damn country. It's the same thing. And so they had already agreed, like, no, we doing this with this planet at this time, and we sending out these people, and you got to agree that they don't let nothing happen to them. Not a hair on their head is to be touched, not a scratch, not a motherfucking thing. Or we gonna rip out everything from under you in a harsh way if something happened to these people. Or they will have the power themselves, because these are not angels. These are primordial energies. A lot of these chosen ones, a lot of these ancient ones, they are higher in the level. They are higher than an angel. They have absolutely the power to crack a planet in half, or to create a universe, or to create a parallel universe, or to destroy whole systems and governments and cities, or a person's, whoever it is, whoever gets in their way. If they get angry enough, or if you piss them off enough. Some of these, they look like humans, but I'm talking about certain bloodlines. And they had been told that too, that they will keep their gifts. You know, if you want to put it, they go put you in a program, whatever, MK Ultra, whatever, they forget or whatever. You got to wake them up. You got to wake it up, wake up. And you go through your trials and tribulations to wake up. Or maybe you don't ever wake up. But they were told they're gonna have their gifts. Because we were asked to come down here. They're keeping their gifts. They're keeping their power. They will go through the adversarial stages on planet Earth. They will go through the adversary potentiator stages on planet Earth. And they will do what they came to do, to usher in this new paradigm on planet Earth. That'd be the age of divine feminine, age of Christ consciousness. It's multiple age. So it's a golden age. We talked about that. But then we talk about like a twofold age. The age of Christ consciousness is the age of the divine feminine. This was the age Yeshua was trying to tell everybody about. But this was also, at this time, at 2,000 years ago, secret knowledge. This was supposed to be secret knowledge that nobody's supposed to know. So he comes down here as a chaos intelligence being back then as an octave of Tahuti, giving out all this shit for free, telling the humans all about this stuff, running his mouth. Same thing that I'm doing, because we didn't know, because we don't understand that this stuff is supposed to be secret. We don't understand because, for one, every human should have known this stuff already. And so what did they do? Roman Empire, they set him up, kill his ass. It didn't twist up most of the stuff in the Bible. They leave some codes in there. Most of it is still left in there. A lot of it is not. 44 books are removed. The best teachings are removed. The teachings that lead to soul ascension and enlightenment and to ending soul traps, that all is removed. The teachings that relate to the divine feminine, that is all removed. The original teachings of even the characters, the esoteric spiritual meanings even behind the stories themselves, all of that is removed. And so they're getting people to externalize their power. Whew, if y'all saw what I knew about, I ain't even gonna get into that. You ain't ready for that. That's not even important to this video. But I say that to say is that they let a very wicked, again, one of the secret societies down here on planet Earth, because there's multiple, right? The one that particularly infiltrated the reparation space, they was looking for easy licks, and they found who they thought was, this person, and it wasn't just me. These chaos intelligence beings, this bloodline of the Yeshua, these Black American kids over here, these young Black American adults within their 30s and their 20s, they are the ones that we about to feed to their homunculus deity. At the behest of a payment from the government. Because again, the government didn't even know about this stuff that I'm telling you. They didn't even know. And that's how cloaked we are. And we about to sacrifice these people. And I was one of them. And because of that, they really, 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 really pissed off the universe, and they pissed off God, and they pissed off my galactic family, and they pissed off some very powerful ancestors within the Black American lineage. Mind you, a lot of them were of my own people that even turned on me. That was like Judas's, pretty much. And I am not the only person that this has been done to. This has been done to multiple people in Black American society. And a part of that punishment for that is for the whole systems and regimes to fall. This also is deeper than just Black American lineage. I had told, I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I had told the CIA, and when I say I had told, I'm talking about what I do. I know that they're monitoring my calls, and I know that they monitor everything that I do. And so what I do is I'll say certain things or put some things out there that I want them to know. about what is happening. Also, should I be saying the spirits of the children that have been sacrificed for this to this system, God also sent them back to. I literally told a family member that. And that's when that was really got, that's when they said, oh, we got to kill this bitch. Because I said, God told me that he sent, and this was a joke between her and Abraxas. This is really Abraxas' idea, so that's why I'm saying it like that when I say he, because God is a she. But this was what they agreed with Abraxas and the Council of 99 and the head honcho creator God, that they was sending all of that bullshit that they was doing, as far as the horrendous, wicked child sacrifices they was doing. Those children did go to a specific place. Some want to come back. Some wanted to come back down here for justice. Someone was like, I'm going back down. I want to fuck it up. I'm send me back down here. I'm pissed. But also, they was already at what they went through was so horrific, and what they experienced was so horrific that they got clearance, and they got accelerated on a lot, on levels that you would never believe. That levels I would not even talk about. They all are back down here too. So now we're talking about, and again, this was all cloaked. So it's not like you would have known because it's cloaked. But they are down here too. The children that had got illegally and unjustly sacrificed. Also the women. A lot of black women, 50,000 black women go missing per year. Those black women are back too. Because those were black women of a specific bloodline, usually related to the original oracles of the Queen Mothership, the Order of Kali, Dragon Riders, the blood of Yeshua. These were black women that very, very powerful. Where there have been mostly a lot of the black American women who have been killed, sacrificed unjustly. They were able to come back here as well. And when I say that, you guys would think, oh, somebody have to wait 1,000 years, 1 billion years to come back to reincarnate. No. It didn't work that way. It was like, you was unjustly killed. They doing the illegal shit down there. We are handling it. We have a whole team down there. We have a recognizant team. We got the GIA watching their ass. We got the GIA. Saturn is a part of the GIA. We have satellites watching everything that they're doing. We know exactly who's doing it. We know what's going on. And we are giving you acceleration. And so we do you want to go back or you want to stay? What do you want to do? You can do whatever you want. Become an angel. What you want to do? You want to relax in certain paradise? You want to go to one of these Buddha lands, or do you want to go back down on planet Earth? Or we also have incentive package where you can go and really become galactic in a sense if you want. We can give you an accelerated path to where you can literally transform as galaxy into human form. That would be the level of power that you have. What do y'all want to do? This is what was proposed to a lot of these black women and to a lot of the children that were being sacrificed. And so some said, no, I don't want nothing to do with that. I don't want to go back. I'm not going back. Some said, hell no. They was told that that won't happen to you again, just so you know. Nothing will happen to you. You'll be able to grow and you'll be able to carry out the mission, because we already agreed to that with the being that runs that planet. So they were, once a lot of us was told, we will have our power, we would get power, we would have resources, we would, some decided to come back. Some said, hell motherfucking no. Fuck that planet. I don't care what happened down here. I'm out. So you had different things, different people decide different things. But them souls are back here. Not only do you got that, so you got the ones that want justice, the ones that are cloaked. Then you got different interdimensional beings down here. Then you got full-blown, ancient-ass, old-ass bloodlines with power on levels you have never seen. Then you got those that's literally been chosen to usher in this age of the divine feminine and the age of Christ consciousness. And so that's a lot to deal with. And they attacked the head honcho that was chosen to bring this shit in, to prophesize, to lead their people to righteousness, to bring their people up to speed in consciousness, to love on their people, to love on all of humanity, to be a light for humanity, not to beat humanity down or make humanity feel inferior or nothing like that, but to uplift humanity and to love and grow. in their own self and grow in their own ways. They went after them type of beings in a very illegal way. Whether you set it up or try to filter them off into foster care, whatever way you motherfuckers try to do that shit. It was so illegal. It was so illegal. And so part of the agreement was after a certain amount of time, you didn't do what you did. You did illegal things. You went after God's chosen. I don't care what you guys don't understand about what you think you read in that Bible, what you think you read in any religion. Most of you guys, I've studied all 22 religions. I have a master's degree in religious studies, and I am an ordained pastor. Most of what you guys think you know about that stuff, you don't have an understanding. It's all been hidden from you. If you activate certain bloodlines, you will get that understanding. You will get that knowledge. It will flow to you from your ancestors, will flow to you from God, as far as how it all really works out. So what people would say, well, that, you got to do this or else, you got to follow this, or you got to be just like this. You got to follow. Good God, that is not how we roll. Everything is based on frequency. It's not your action. Your frequency is going to determine your right actions. If your frequency is high, you're going to most likely it'll be evident. You don't need dogma. You don't need anything to tell you how. Just being, and getting out of being a slave to the mind, or else you'll be dominated by the ego. I am still learning that in real time, as in human flesh. So I'm not about to act like, oh, I just arrived. And I know I'm a hothead, but I was chosen specifically because of that energy, because of that fire. But yeah, it's based on frequency and your willingness. That's what's going to determine your behavior and your perception. That's it. What happens on planet Earth is they control your frequency. They control the perception. That's mind control. That's what the system is all based on. However, it is an adversarial potentiator system. It's an adversary trickster system. Can get enlightenment very fast on planet Earth. Very fucking fast. You get through them distractions. But again, there's illegal stuff happening. These secret societies are participating in very illegal activities, whether that be a Truman Show. Watch a Truman Show. Watch the last sequel of the Hunger Games, if you want to know. When I say illegal activity, what they're doing with humans down here. This is what they do to me. And that's what they tried to do. And again, it's millions of humans that have been put through the ringer throughout the thousands of years that they just have no idea what happened to them in terms of the time looping, mind swiping, mind control. This stuff has been around for thousands of years. It's nothing new. But they run their systems, and the way they generate power, particularly in the music industry, is off of blood sacrifice. It's as simple as that. That's what it is, as well as in politics. And so they went after what they were doing already illegal, anyways. But they went after literally an octave of the primordial mother. They literally went after someone who they just had no idea who it was. Cloaked. I was cloaked, and I'm still cloaked. And I'm not the only one that they pissed off. I know for a fact that they went after an octave of Tahuti that is still living. That's a black male. It's also a black American. They went after an octave of, and again, we say octaves, that means levels. Octave of resonance based off of the original entity putting their spirit inside of the human before they descend into planet Earth, before they're born. That's what I mean by octave for the humans. And what I'm saying is that they pissed off God. They literally went after, I'm telling you, I know for a fact that they went after multiple of us. And heads got to roll and payment got to be made. And so when we talk about the situation with P. Diddy being sacrificed, why is P. Diddy being sacrificed? It's not so much, because he wanted to go and give people back their publishing and give back their reparations, and help with the reparations fight. That publishing stuff, yeah, he turned out the $9 million deal. I mean, the 9-figure deal. On the earth level, that is a good enough reason. Then maybe that's all you need to know. I'm telling you, in the spiritual realm, he is connected to people and the homunculus deities that went after God's chosen, that went after very specific bloodlines for a botched sacrifice. And because of the agreement that even the head honcho that they serve, the head honcho cannot do anything. It was already agreed upon. So it's like, well, let's say he says, oh, okay, well, I'll just go to Lucifer. Lucifer will save me, or Lucifer will work this out for me. Lucifer, my hands is tied. I'm out of that. That's way above. That's literally above his pay grade. It's like, look, I don't know what the fuck y'all did. Told y'all. They didn't even run that by him. They didn't even the stuff they was doing down here. They didn't even run that. Like the stuff that our government was getting involved in and stuff that stuff wasn't even run. That was, again, there are levels of hijacking of this planet. It's a prison planet. It's a hijacking by various homunculus deities. And so it's like by universal law, and because this was already written upon, if something was to happen to this particular entity or this particular person, the whole thing was shut down. And things would be brought. And it's not just him. I'm telling you, this whole matrix will collapse. This whole thing is done. Just so you know. This whole thing is motherfucking done. Whether it be Hollywood, music, Epstein, all that shit is done. Like, all this shit is done. The wicked intelligence agencies that be doing horrific shit to the citizens, it's all done. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. And so, like, they wondering, like, if you're wondering, like, okay, we did all these rituals, we doing all this, we working with the Goetia, we doing all this stuff, we doing all this, invoking all this, summoning all this blood sacrifice, all these, nothing is working. What the fuck is going on? What the hell is going on? Yeah, even those energies have went back under the fold of the primordial mother, have went back under the fold of the Godhead, because they were told it doesn't benefit them to keep going the way they're going. Pretty much, it doesn't even benefit them to even be transactional anymore. It doesn't even benefit them. So it's like, I don't need, like, the idea of what humans would do, what a lot of these weirdo occultist humans would do. Oh, I don't like that person. Oh, they're a threat. They're a competition. I'll go invoke a demon to go kill them. Oh, I'm jealous. Oh, I'll go do this. Like, that kind of weird stuff. Like that even for them is too low level at this point. At this switch in resonance, that's too low level. And so this stuff is not working against certain light beings, certain people like me, a chaos intelligent being. It's not going to work. I'm telling you, I've had whole organizations come after me, all types of crazy stuff you wouldn't believe, and nothing has worked. And so these are the reasons why. This is not just some walk in the park low level shit that y'all have been doing for these last years that y'all been in America or whatever. I think y'all can carry on. It's a new sheriff in motherfucking town. It is a new day and age. And the primordial mother is back. God is back in the flesh. I don't care who believes it or who don't. I don't care. Because all we got to do is sit in straight tranquility and equanimity and relax. We really don't have to. I'm telling you, like, these levels of intelligence, of repository intelligence, the ability of this is what it. How do I say this? This is what the idea of a galaxy descending into human form. Humans cannot conceptualize that concept. Now, Tahuti told y'all 1,000 years ago that the universe is mental, all is mental, every mind is a universe. This is what Kali also teaches. Every mind is a universe. And that just flew over everybody's head. But imagine the level of intelligence, or the level of auto-conscious collective consciousness that can reside in a human, just from, if they're a galaxy in a human flesh. Best example I can give you is to watch the movie Everything Everywhere All at Once. It's the best example I can give, and even that is pretty much very low level compared to what I'm talking about. Compared to how someone could literally just chill, do nothing, and everything still play out because just put a thought in their head. Just with a thought. Whatever they say, their hecka, their resonance. They don't have to lift a finger. You would think that they just lazy sitting watching a movie and they could they'll conjure up something in their head and then it will happen like that, like nothing. This is the level of power we're talking about. This is the level of a chaos intelligence being, of matter, of literally dark energy descending, of a dark energy that makes up the galaxy, and the galaxy itself descending into human flesh as an octave of primordial mother. Not to mention the octaves of the entities that also reside in them, whether that be Yeshua, whether that be Kalima, whether that be Tahuti, whether, I mean, it gets deep. And again, this is science that is kept, that is, it's kept secret, but also I don't think even the secret societies are kind of fumbling, like trying to figure out what the fuck is going on here. Like they're scratching their head, like, okay, we don't know about this science. What's going on? This is ancient Atlantean science. Again, when them fallen angels stole that knowledge from the dragon riders, this is my bloodline, by the way. When they stole that knowledge, they didn't have all of it. They didn't understand it. This is what happens when you steal from the divine feminine. And again, how this plays out on planet Earth is obviously their overthrow of the Queen Mothership. It gets deep, but the game was lost. You lost the game. You wanted a fucking Truman Show. You get the Truman Show. You wanted a Truman Show. You get a Truman Show. And so now, heads got a motherfucking roll. P Diddy is a sacrifice for their system, not for God. I mean, this ain't got nothing to do with God. This was more so output, input, output. This is more so y'all went after certain beings and fucked with the wrong ones, and by the power of God that resides in them, they can do pretty much whatever the fuck they want to do. Some of them people that he screwed over some of them people that P Diddy probably screwed over was chaos intelligence beings that awakened and realized what the hell's going on and said, "Oh, okay." I know for a fact that with me and with some of the people in the reparation space and certain Black Americans in general, that this has popped off as a result of the things that had been done to us. When I say, I'm not talking about the level of P. Diddy. I'm talking about all of the things that we see with Esteem, the Julian Assange, WikiLeaks, the stuff that's being exposed globally about what happened with what's happening with these children, all that stuff, everybody getting exposed in Hollywood. All this stuff is a result of a pendulum swinging back because they can't harness the energy of the chosen ones anymore. They can't sacrifice and get their power. I mean, they can kill or whatever, but that doesn't mean they're going to get their power or the ritual is going to work. They can't go after chaos intelligence beings. Chaos intelligence beings are more powerful than them. Chaos intelligence beings are more powerful than the homunculus deities that they serve. They can't go after them. And they're more powerful, so they're hecka. They speak something and it comes to pass. And if they say they want justice, if they say they want liberation, if they say they want to have a fair shake, then shit gotta fall. So what's the first thing that's gonna fall? Hollywood, politics, intelligence agencies. These are the things that's gonna happen. And so, and some of these chaos intelligence beings, they have the backing of the military, just so you know. And so when it comes with P. Diddy, I'm gonna tell you this right now. Kanye West tried to tell us that P. Diddy was a Fed. I'll give you one better. And for those who, and I'm gonna say this. For those who want to say, "Oh, that's just babble," or "Oh, that's resentment," test me, test my thoroughness when it comes to this. I'm about to say something. In the reparation space, I can prove that one of these people, one of these leaders in this space, is connected to by way of proxy by someone that they support. And that person is connected to a very dark occultist, a world-renowned occultist, that fuck with the the Necron or something like that. This is a famous occultist, by the way. They are looked at as very dark though, and they are considered very powerful. This person, do you know, has been accused, that I'm talking about, this person has been accused by various black women that they, for one, are the CIA, two, that they have that they are into secret societies, and they have sacrificed other black women. There is a family that came forward that tried to tell the baby girl went missing, found out that these people literally have ties to the conscious community, by the way. That they was in some weird ass cult. They went to some, they went and they were missing. A young black girl too, like in her early 20s. I don't even think might have been in her 20s. And the family was cussing this dude out, the occultist out. The other black girl, she came forward to the public and said that he is a CIA agent. She shared phone calls, text messages, all types of stuff of her going off on him about sacrificing and killing her sister. This person, again, like 2 degrees of separation, is connected to a leader in the reparation space. And if they want to test me, I can break this down. Most Black Americans, they are gullible. I love my people. I love Black Americans. Lord knows I do. But the shit that just go over your head, I don't know what. I'm like, why can't y'all connect dots? What the hell is wrong with y'all? Like, why can't y'all see what this shit is about? Either you in on it. So you know about it and you okay with it. Y'all knew it was going to happen to me and y'all just didn't give a fuck. Because y'all thought y'all was about to get a bag or something. I don't know what the hell. I don't know what kind of deal y'all made. I'm like, that is so wicked. That is so fucking wicked. In my eyes. That is so illegal. And so when I say like, oh no, like, oh, it's on in the spiritual realm. Like that kind of shit. And to know, okay, just because that person knows of that person or has ties to that person does not mean that that person is doing that, right? Fair enough, right? But that leans credence to that will show that they are in Black American society, as far as like what I'm saying about like occultists and people being accused. Why are 2 separate people, 2 groups of families or 2 families coming forward accusing this particular person, a Black man, by the way, of trying to sacrifice them, trying to sacrifice their family, actually killed. The girl is literally missing to this day. And then the girl that came forward also sprayed out her father and said that they found 30 bodies. And this is actually in the news. You can actually look this up yourself. They found 30 dead bodies in his backyard, and that he's a Mason. Now, she tried to tell everybody that was going on for years, and they said she was crazy. And then all of a sudden it's on the news and they confirm it. And she just happened to go after that one, that the guy that I'm saying is popular in the conscious community. I mean, he's popular in the occult world, but he has ties to the conscious community. So either they're lying, or people are just randomly accusing people of that shit. That's a heavy ass shit. Like that just doesn't happen. And these families don't even know each other. And then they all happen to be into this occult magic type shit. This shit is deep. And I'm telling you that for a fact that shit infiltrated the reparation space. And that shit found itself at my front door. And I had to fight that shit off. But it was so much bigger than them. And I was cloaked from them. And I was cloaked even from the highest aspects of whoever gave them the orders to go after me. And to other Black Americans. Shit went left after that. I don't care what they tell you. And they know it they discuss it among themselves, and they know that shit went left. And they know why it went left. The thing is, let's always ignore her. Let's never talk about it. Let's shadow ban everything she do and say, and make sure that nobody ever gets to look at nothing. And like let's just, but they know. They know. They in their little cult or whatever, they do what they gonna do. But yeah, y'all fucked with the wrong one. And this whole thing is being torn to smithereens. I don't care, and it's not just me doing it. Let me tell y'all something. I don't think y'all know how serious this is. Y'all know, once again, Osiris pays a visit last night in my dream. Osiris comes. I don't even feel comfortable telling the damn dream, but it got deep. He visited me again. Rounded the chaos intelligence beings up. Said the chaos intelligence being, you know. And there's levels. There's levels to this whole thing. There is levels to this whole thing. Yes, there is a creator God. Yes, there is a Godhead. Yes, there most of those shit that y'all think that y'all believe in, whatever dogmas. Yes, you can believe it is true. No one's taken away from nobody's beliefs. But this shit is levels to this stuff. And, you know, once again, Osiris came visit. Said some stuff. Also, no lie, a very, 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 very powerful witch, female. I'm gonna get into because then y'all guess who it is. Very famous, very, very, very powerful. Somebody into the child trafficking, all that shit, the sacrifice, all that stuff. She into all that. She opens up. You know, you know, I don't know what she was, you know, but I seen her in her. She was doing remote viewing. She does remote viewing. And this was in the middle of the night. I'm sleeping. It's like, you know, the 3 a.m. the witching out. This shit is real. I'm sleeping. I'm just minding my business. And she opens up the portal. Open up the portal. And she wanted. She was curious. It wasn't like I wasn't scared. I knew I knew how she get down. You know, I know how she get down. And I was not scared at all whatsoever. She said she was just looking at me, but you know, because everything is telepathic in the astral women. She was curious. She was like, I want to know more about your methods. Like, she wasn't angry. You know, I'm thinking, you know, she was like, I'm gonna fuck you. I'm gonna get you. I didn't get none of that energy from her. It was just more so like, I want you to know that I'm watching you, and I want to know more because I'm literally not. I don't know. I'm not a ceremonial magician. I'm not. I'm literally just go off of my higher self, off of my God consciousness, and you know, she was just looking like, I'm curious as to the energy that you work with and what are you talking about? Like, it's interesting. Like that's literally what she gave me. That was the vibe. Because when she came, you know, when she opened up the portal, it's like a mirror portal, and I'm looking at her doing this remote viewing. Mind you, I'm usually very much cloaked. I usually don't have to deal with stuff like that as far as my protection level. But I'm assuming again, these covens, all they do, I'm telling you, these covens, they just literally just think of ways of how to get me out the pain. Like this is real, this is deep. Like and I'm not the only one. There are other people that are like me, where covens this is how they roll. This is they trying to figure out more information. They trying to either I'm not sure because I didn't get the vibe that I want to kill you or take you, and I didn't get that from her. She was just looking at, you know, she just communicated like, I want you to know that I'm curious as to what this is all about. You know, you done made a splash. You making splashes. You making a big ass splash in the spiritual world. And so I hear you. I'm listening. And I did. I said, what you want? Because I'm thinking, oh, we about to go battle. I'm like, what's up? Like, I did say, what it do? What's up? What's up? What you gotta say, my nigga? You remote viewing me? What the fuck? What you want? And it was real quick because she did get pulled. Like it did pull and close. So I guess like again, God is sometimes God wants you to see things, or sometimes you know people let some see things and then they'll hurry up and block it. Like it wasn't like it got blocked. Like after I said what it do? What you gotta say? And I said it just like matter of factly like that. Like what's up? What did you what? Why the fuck are you remote viewing me, my nigga? And she closed it. Now she could be thinking some real sinister shit about me, but at that moment I didn't feel that. But she could be thinking I'm plotting to see how I'm gonna take your ass out and absorb your energy. She could be thinking some shit like that. I don't know. I don't know. But at that moment in time, I didn't get that from her. And if I was to give y'all the name of the person, y'all would be like, oh shit. But y'all do know that that person is an occultist, uh, very powerful. But I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna do that. But yeah, it be going down in the spiritual realm. I don't mean no harm to nobody. Look. I didn't ask for this shit. Y'all motherfuckers came after me. I was cloaked. I was here to do a very specific thing. Still here to do a very specific thing. But I'm not no average motherfucker. And I went to the Atlantean dimension. My people, my galactic family came and got me. And again, there's octaves to this. I have a code. I have a light code of that dimension. And so they do consider me their family. And they do look out. That galactic family. They do look out. It's multiple galactic families that look out for me. Because again, I'm from the Chaos Intelligence realm. And so obviously there is multiple galactic families that will look out for a being from that realm. So they came, they showed me mad shit. I was like, whoa. Now mind you, it was a dream. It was a dream. And so, man, I said, damn, yo, I said, I can't wait. I'm like, we gotta introduce humans to this type shit. Because this was some otherworldly shit, man. I'm like, them Atlanteans, some cold motherfuckers, and they don't mess with Earth dimension no more. The Earth dimension don't got nothing for them. They don't. This Earth is too low level for them. They don't say it like that. I mean, you know, they don't look at it like, oh, that's just so beneath us. It ain't like that type of thing. But it's just like, it's literally just, that's just not their frequency. It's just like, it's just not them. And so they saw me, they say, you know, remember this, you know, because I had spent time in that dimension in another lifetime. So they was just showing me like, this is how I look now. Don't nobody motherfucking walk. You know, you gotta walk on planet Earth. Don't nobody motherfucking walk. I ain't gonna tell you what they use, but I thought that shit was cool. I said, damn, this is cool. I don't know if I'll be going back there, but they was letting me know it's an option. Like, you know, we got this, you know, we got that. But I said, I don't know. I thought it was cool. I thought it was interesting. It was very fucking interesting. Because people think that the Atlantean, the Atlantis, it just sunk to the bottom and it was destroyed because they was on planet Earth. Yeah. But I wrote in a book. I just published The Divine Feminine, the language of the gods. You don't just die and then where do you go? You just think it is done? No, the consciousness is going to go elsewhere. It's a transitory. So yes, in 3D, yeah, it might have sunk to the bottom or it's destroyed or whatever. But no, them motherfuckers went right on to another dimension. Because Primordial Mother said you assholes were doing too much. And guess what? Atlantean light code consists of multiple species. So yes, there could be what you would say some of the different type of light codes of humanoid, amphibian, reptilian. That could all be, believe it or not, considered of an Atlantean light code. Again, this is all frequency. And so it gets deep. When they wanted to fight out and fight and have wars, and this was a breakout of different interdimensional species that had different plans for planet Earth. And not all of the Atlanteans participated in that shit. But there was a lower shift in consciousness amongst everybody that was on this planet thousands of years ago. And so Mother says, first you do the flood, but before that they was still cutting up. They were cutting up before that, and that she was sinking. Yes, there was floods, but she was also bring your ass back home. A lot of times that's all it be. Bring your motherfucking ass back home because you was out there after dark. You out there doing shit you ain't got no business doing, and that's what God does. Bring your ass back home. I'm just taking the shit, flood it out, start over. Then other interdimensional beings come down here, whether that be the fallen angels, Anunnaki, the Enlil and Inky, and what they did to Marduk, and what they did to the divine feminine, the war they declared with Tiamat and all that. Are we back? Oh, Tiamat is. We are all back. It's like, what did y'all think? And yes, it's not our fault that our stuff, these original teachings were twisted or that humans don't understand or whatever. But we have to. All we can say is everything is based on frequency, and all of the information is out there for anyone to evolve. But we're giving out new information. We're updating it. We're doing all types of things, and whatever level you want to be at, or whatever you want to think, you have that right, and no one is trying to change that, and no one is trying to force nothing on you. What's going to happen is going to happen. Prophecies will play out, various prophecies, whether it be from the Hopi Indian, whether it be from the Revelations, whether it be from the Africans, some of their spiritual teachings, whether it be some stuff with Ifa, with whatever. These prophecies will play out. The details are hidden from you. So to act like you're gonna know the details of a fucking prophecy, you're out of your mind. You wouldn't be given it. This is why the societies are having a problem, because they realize we don't know the details to the fucking prophecy. We just know it's a prophecy. We follow the prophecy. We follow the numerology. We follow the gematria, but you still don't know. There's levels to it. There's levels to it. And so, P. Diddy is being sacrificed by their system. That is not my system. I don't have nothing to do with that. I am not a Satanist. I am not a occultist. I am not into none of that. Okay, so whatever the consequences of that whole system, and again, it's not just Diddy, all of them that decided to go after certain chaos intelligence beings who were doing this for years, 25 years, 30 years, of that whole industry is going. That whole industry is going because of what the primordial mother has stated. And so they are going to the homunculus Lucifer saying, well, you homunculus Lucifer, why don't you protect us? What's going on? Why are you not renewing the contracts? Why not? And homunculus Lucifer says, but it's above my pay grade. Look, this shit. And then they saying, well, this girl is talking about you in the chaos intelligence realm that you was originally from, which y'all call heaven down here. You was at age 5 to 10 from their eyes, and that there are 2 Lucifers. What the fuck is she talking about? And he's sitting there looking like, twiddling his thumbs like, oh yeah, I forgot to leave that out. I forgot to tell you guys that. It's like, oh, it's actually true. And so it's like, well, then it's like, well, you're an octave. Where does the original? The original is so high. Is don't focus on that. It's not focused on the music industry in America. It's not focused on the music industry on planet Earth. Are you kidding me? That's homunculus. But it's like, I didn't have nothing to do with that. I'm not saying that it's right. I'm not saying what was done was right. I don't have nothing. I just know that I'm here to bring out balance. I want everyone to get their first shake. I don't think for a second that anybody with God-given talent should have to go and sell their soul, should have to sign a weirdo ass slave contract, should have to go and open a booty hole. I don't believe in none of that. That shit is wicked to me in my eyes. No, I don't like that. And that's why when the chaos intelligence beings and some of these chosen ones and angels, when they tired up and they put in their eye and their mind on, I want that destroyed. I want that done. Because I'm talented. It's so many singers. It's so many people. I'm talented and I can't even. This is what people are saying. I can't even get in the industry because I don't want to do all that. I'm gonna keep myself. But now I can't even sing. I can't even share my gift with the world because everything will get shadow banned because I don't want to go. That this is what is happening to artists. I'm just speaking as the artist. As Prince will say, the artist. This is what's been happening. That's ridiculous. It's the same thing with politics. I wanted to run for city council and get into, but I know for a fact that I'm not going to be sitting up there acquiescing to no bullshit. I want to do things right. I believe in righteousness. I'm going to go in there with an agenda for my people. I'm going to go in there for the agenda for all of Americans. I'm going to go in there and do right and make sure that American people are good and make sure that Black Americans are good. That's it. I can't go in there and you tell me, oh, this is about a deal and you got to sleep with this person to get this role and you want to win the election, right? I can't. Oh, hell no. So now you mean to tell me I can't do my God-given duty of governance as a queen mother because of some wicked ass shit that y'all got pulling down here? No, I said legal. Okay. Hell no. I'm excellent with certain intelligence, with anything that had to do with military science. Naturally, it's been in my blood for thousands and thousands of years. I can't release that expression because of the wickedness that's on this planet. I'm not in the military. I can't go and give them. They actually, no lie. A government operative did ask and say, we're interested in this military science that you talk about in this book. I can't just go because they're going to be trying to use my shit for some wicked shit. No lie. They sent me a survey for foreign policy This was a whole operation that they asking my opinion for the right paragraph. They was like, you got to write. And they only pay you like a little bit of money for it. But they sent me the survey saying, what would you think? This was literally a whole military government, like CIA level. Like they was like, what would you think if we secretly, there's like, there was a town, there was a ship that bombed, if I'm going to say like some naval or some Air Force, some type of thing. It was something that did something with U.S. Air Force stuff. And they said, how would you feel? What would you do? And how would you do it? Like, it was like weird ass questions they was asking me. And they sent me this email. And I know y'all listen. And I'm like, don't come to me. Y'all better don't come to me with some weird ass survey from acting like it's just some university survey. And then having a whole layout of an operation talking about what would you do if we needed to secretly take out their nuclear weapons, but it's 20 villagers nearby, and what would happen is all the 20 villagers would die, but we would take out their nuclear weapons and they would never be able to attack us, and they couldn't attack us anyways, but we want to do it secretly. What do you think about us doing it secretly? What would you do? Why is your reasoning behind this? This weird ass survey. I'm like, and it was like, can you give us, how did you feel about as you're coming up with these ideas? I'm like, this is some other shit. I'm like, why did they literally emailed me this asking, for me to fill this out, saying, oh, you qualify for this survey. I'm like, no, this is interception. They try to make it seem like this is a survey just for a regular American to fill out. I said, no, y'all sent that specifically to me. And I said, this level of intricate detail, please write this amount of sentences. What would you do? Why would you keep it secret? And why are you opposed to our stance on doing it secretly? I said, nah, if you gonna make a motherfucker bend the knee, you make a motherfucker bend the knee. Don't be a coward about it. If you talking about you destabilize, you want to you basically asking me for policy on how to destabilize a fucking country in a survey form, acting like it's a survey. I'm not making this shit up. This is really what happened like 2 weeks ago. And I'm like, what kind of shit is this? And I had said, I did fill it out, and I did, because I knew what it was. I said, oh, they just acting like they sending me a survey, but they want some high level for intelligence on it. And so I did answer the questions and stuff. It was interesting. I said, well, I think why would you be okay with killing 20 innocent villagers? And why would you, if they don't have the power to bust back at you, and you know that they are responsible for coming at your Air Force, and they did fuck up, I'm sorry, not the Air Force, the Navy base, that they did fuck up your Navy base. What is you acting like a pussy for? Why do you have to secretly go in and destabilize anything? Why are you trying to destabilize? If you claim you don't want the nuclear, like to me, it's like, if you don't want these, you don't want them to have nuclear weapons, then take their shit. And this is what, look, if we know that you are immature or you can't handle something, this is what other interdimensional beings will do. Believe it or not, they have come down and just swiped off human shit and just kept it moving like it was nothing. And they let you know that they did it. What you gonna do? What the fuck are you gonna do? And so with me, I'm thinking, like, if you claim they can't do nothing back to you, you claim that they wronged you and offended you, for one, make amends. I mean, have them make amends. Let's get their understanding of what happened. If you have the power, if you claim you had the power, they literally said in the survey, we can do this to them and they will never be able to do nothing back. Okay, so make them understand. So make them explain what the fuck they did. Why did you do it? What was your thinking? It was in it. Get their understanding. Not so that you can just say, "Oh, I forgive." No, I ain't say that. I ain't say that. No, you're not, because we about to let you know. And then also, while you're doing that, you already know where the base is at. You already know where they're gonna move it or not, because you're already watching them. You already got satellites watching them. So you're still able to monitor the whole situation while you are getting the explanation, doing the investigation. Then if you're good in running psyops, find a way to get the fucking 20 of your villages out and let them know, we taking your shit. We disarming your shit. We bombing your shit. Whatever you're gonna do, and say that and keep it moving. We don't even have to. But if the goal, unless you got some other sinister shit planned. But if you just want to, you fucked up our Navy base, we got to take your shit. But we don't want to harm nobody. We would take your shit. We will harm if you harm us. We will harm. But we got to take your shit. It's as simple as that. And you're going to know that we did it. And they not your motherfucking ass canoe. The fuck? Like, I didn't understand why they was giving me this survey, because they was talking about, we want to go in secretly, and we nobody's going to know that was the U.S. It was literally like, nobody's going to know it was the United States, and they're going to be wondering who did it, and they're going to be wondering, well, who they going to go after, and who they're going to be scratching their head like, who did it. That to me, I just didn't respect. I'm like, what, dude? And I know that's the type of shit that we be doing, but I'm like, you claimed you was wrong. If they really did that shit to you, do the investigation, take their shit, and they can't do. You said they not powerful enough to get back at you or attack you back or do anything back. So what's the big fucking deal? I didn't understand that survey. I thought that survey was so weird. But this is the type of shit they be sending me, or trying to filter off the study me to see what I'm going to say about. But I'm like, I can't express my true self because of the level of low governing force on this planet. So it's like, well, for those of us that are naturally gifted in governance, naturally gifted in music, naturally gifted in social engineering, naturally gifted in whatever we're doing, we're being stifled because of this wicked ass system, this beast, the Satan ran system, Satan matrix. And so God says no more. That's what it is. It's a reset. These wicked, satanic, occult societies that are ruining people's lives, sucking energy, trying to sacrifice motherfuckers. It's ridiculous. It's so horrific. It's so horrific. And so P. Diddy is just collateral damage in a much bigger spiritual war. And the thing is, he's contracted to certain entities on them contracts. And them entities, they need to feed. They cannot feed off of the ones they're trying to feed to. They cannot feed off of the sacrifices that is being brought because they can't be killed. And so they have to they're turning on the ones that they had allegiance with, that they had originally worked for. They turning on them, and they still have to feed. They don't care. They never cared about. That's a beast system. So it's like, as long as you're feeding those entities, they'll leave you alone. They'll give you more wealth, more fame, more power, whatever they got to give you, they're going to give it to you. Especially if these are entities that they are contractually obligated to in this life and in the next. And so if you cannot feed that beast, or if the entities, if people are ducking and dodging, we talking about entities are literally ducking and dodging, running for the cover, running for, like, it's above my pay grade, I ain't got nothing to do with it, look, I'm out. And so the ones that are homunculus deities that just addicted to the feeding, that run this system, even in the music industry, they are turning now onto the ones that are on the contracts. And so in the esoteric sense, this is what's happening with P. Diddy. Contract is out, is up. He wants to walk away anyways. They tired of that shit. They tired of it. They come to you and say, these are Babylonian Sumerian homunculus deities, you know. And so they say, we need a feeding for you to maintain what you got, because it's all borrowed energy. That's the thing, that working with borrowed energy or working with reverse engineered electromagnetism is borrowed energy. It's the most dangerous. It's literally a fool's bargain. It's a fool's bargain to work with that kind of energy when you really got the whole universe or the whole galaxy at your hands. It's the craziest thing that you could ever do. Most people didn't know, though, so I'm not judging, because a lot of these people just didn't know. Humans didn't know. These were homunculus deities that have more knowledge than humans, but they still very low level. They have low level thinking. We talking about an entity that feeds off of blood. Really? We talking about the blood of children, innocent children. That's inherently low level. That is not anything of God. And so that's borrowed energy. That's borrowed power. It's fake power, pretty much. It's artificial power. And it gotta be paid back. You gotta pay it back. And if you can't pay it back, then they coming for your neck. They coming for your head. They will come and they will eat, and that is it. And it ain't no amount of, let's go, trying to shame the Black American community into supporting Diddy. nah, that shit ain't gonna work. This is above your most powerful Black Americans pay grade. I don't care what they tell you, what kind of pull you rank you think they got. And for the nigga that want to tell us, oh, they were trying to, like, it's black people literally saying he was trying to put on the grassroots and then the new black media and all this stuff. What they got talking about? That dude was in his video 25 years ago and had been in Hollywood for 25 years. That's not, they're connected. What the fuck are y'all talking about? How is they putting on grassroots is putting on random ass Black Americans? It is not going to somebody you knew for 25 years that was in your music video. That is not what that is. Like, what is wrong with y'all? Like, I mean, I'm not trying to be like Diddy or like, because I know people accuse, like, a lot of the people in the Black American reparations space, they started to realize, like, okay, this person's level of knowledge is not the same level as like the average human in general, and they hated me for it. They started to really dislike me for it, and then try to accuse me of using knowledge over their heads. Like, they were like, you're weaponizing knowledge over us. This is what I was accused of in the reparations space, by the Masonic black gatekeepers, by the way, one of them. And there's records of this on Twitter, by the way. And I'm like, no. We're literally different species. Yeah, we may be Black Americans, and we're from the South, or whatever. No, I'm literally a different. I can't relate to that. I can't relate to, like, not being able to put clues together. Like, this is so obvious. But guess what? It is some Black Americans that is just like me, that did see it, that are able to see it. To me, I just don't. They cowardly though. That's what I don't like. Like, you see something and you don't say something. You know some, and then some of them are not. Some of them are saying something and took hits just like me. Some of them took hits. Some of them sold me out. It still took hits once they realized I was telling the truth. And then some, they are taking hits, but the majority of them, they quiet. They'll know it's true, but they're too scared to say anything. They know what's going on. But no, I'm not trying to weaponize knowledge or weaponize anything over anybody. I don't give a damn if people believe me or support me, well, I do care somewhat. I'm hurt by the way my community did me, but at the same time, like, if this is no sweat off my back. If everyone in my community said we don't believe in it that you're talking about, it's like, that's a hard head because off behind. This is this is so above they pay grade. If they ignore all the signs, then they ignore all the signs. That's on them. It's not on everybody. Got their own soul that they got to look after. What is it to me? Heaven is a state of mind. Hell is a state of mind. And so if people are just like want to be that clueless, but don't try to accuse me, I'm like, no, I wasn't trying to weaponize nothing. But at the same time, I know that something like, no, like, how could y'all not see that? How could y'all, what is, like, I don't get it. And that, like, my friend told me, she said, you either got to disengage or you got to hold their hand and catch them up to speed. I was one of the ones that was willing to hold their hand and catch them up to speed. But when you do that, niggas get jealous. They already jealous of you. They still see you as an easy lick. So they still want to try to sacrifice you or set you up or hurt you, to harm you, so they can absorb your energy. And so I said, no, I'm disengaging. And only for the people that are for me. But, like, if you thinking you just gonna go in the hood or go around ignorant ass motherfuckers and think you just gonna hold their hand and give them anything or be there for them or love them, you can't love a motherfucker that don't love themselves. And I'm not gonna be no more poor righteous teacher. I've been teaching for 4 years without a dime to my name. That's real shit. That's real shit. You could look that up. And I can prove, my tax returns will prove it. I got 18 books. My community don't support me. My community does not support me. And so I've been a poor righteous teacher, and they sucking and energy, and then stealing intellectual property, theft, wicked things that they do. And then when the tables are turned, now we're going into a whole nother paradigm. I'm like, I'm not allowing that shit no more. In that whole energy, that whole space is cursed. I'm telling you, it is never going to be the same. Anybody that was involved in what they was doing in that space, they're not going to ever be the same. And this is above the level of me. It is not. People would look at me like, oh, we got to get her. She's the one that did this to us. No, this is way bigger. Because that what they was doing was so wicked, and then smiling in people's faces, acting like they got their back, acting like they friends and all this stuff. Nah, man, like that. Mm-mm. And I love Black Americans, but I know that I would tell any Black American upcoming, young especially, watch out for people in that space. Don't just go willy-nilly going into any type of activism work. All activism work is going to be infiltrated with agents and people that work for the government, intelligence agencies, and secret societies. You just got to know that off bat. If you want to go, oh, I'm going to go and fight for our reparations. Oh, I'm going to go and fight for our people. Oh, I'm going to go and fight for Black women. Oh, I'm going to go fight for Black men. You got to know off bat, it's agents every fucking where. And they are looking for easy licks. And you got to know that a lot of it is occultist. That is occultism. Okay, you got to go knowing what the fuck you're doing. And you got to roll solo dolo most of the time. You got to do it on a real grassroots level. Like you can't try to get with like controlled opposition or people that you know is clicked in with government, or you know they got ties to like the NSA and CIA. You can't go in there with that. That shit is dangerous as fuck. Actually, you can now, because believe it or not, when I say only CIA and NSA, because they've been infiltrated by the GIA, and you're gonna see. That's why you're seeing them come out. You seeing whistleblowers come out. You seeing them under fire. You seeing reports being. You see what happened with Putin and Tucker Carlson and all that stuff. Oh, that's some shit, man. I'm telling you, it's about to go down. And so you're gonna see them switch up. There's a dismantling of them. There's a dismantling of a lot of stuff. So I don't want people to be afraid, but at the same time, what was done was horrific. What's been done has been horrific. But my thing is, that shit came at my front door. And that's what I'm like, oh, hell no. Hell no. I'm like, shut it all down. Shut it all down, because I'm being stifled and blackballed and shadow banned by my own people, mind you. My own people knew. They didn't care. They were in on it. The government, obviously, it's layers to this. But it's like, this stuff is being sanctioned by my own people. And so now I know that there is a controlled opposition regime in Black America. Has infiltrated the conscious community, as well as the reparation space, and obviously the Black Boule and all this stuff. But this shit is going to get much deeper. All that shit is being ripped up to shreds. It's not going to go where you think it. I don't care how much they try to save face and act like that shit in California with the reparations popped off, and always doing this and we doing that. Oh no, God hand is off of that. I can tell you that right now. God hand is off of that. It was on it. Oh, God hand was on that. But once they started bringing in, once they switched to, they brought in some certain characters, the shit went downhill. And then they brought in, again, watch from August 22nd, August 2022. But what happened with me? What I was saying, and everything, then the reparations revolt summit, and everything just went to shit. And they know what they try to do. And it's going to continue to. That God hand is off of that space. Now, is God hands off of reparations? No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that space, that energy, those people, that shit that was going on, God hand is off of that. That's just government controlled opposition. Y'all can fuck with that if y'all want and waste y'all time with that. Or you carve out new, clever, strategic ways, which I have given you 5 hours and talked about it, of getting this reparations, restitution, this redress. I told y'all to even stop calling it reparations, because you have to shift into a 5D. Everything got to go through your mind first before it can go through your physical. And so we got to call that, for one, we got to, it moves in layers. Now, I'm not one to say give up on no thought of reparations. I would never tell my people that. I'm saying that shit that happened with all the Twitter spaces and the Clubhouse, that whole energy, God hand is off of that. But her hand is not off of reparations and justice and recompense for what Black Americans have been going through and are going through. That's different. But if y'all want to stay in 3D and work with the beast and go right, and you go just cut a deal with the government, they gonna look out for us, and they gonna, that bullshit, that whole thing, like where you start a nonprofit and get paid by the government to sell out your own people and act like you're doing shit for black people, like Nasty and all this bullshit and Cobra and Arkansas. That whole energy and what the Freedmen are trying to do, and that whole energy with acting like they come with the Freedmen Bureau and all, that's that God hand is not on that. I don't care what I'll scream it at the top of my lungs. God hand is not on that wickedness. Some people are a part of shit that you don't even want to know about. It's not on it. God's hand is on black Americans. The regular black American, from women, man, children, girl, boy, old, young, poor, rich, educated, uneducated. God's hand is on every black American. Yes, her hand is. And so that is different. I'm not saying, but God wants us to uphold that righteousness, not to be fake, not to be selling each other out, not to be jealous and crab in a barrel mentality. You claim, we said we these people, we say we these chosen, we say we this, we got to act, walk the walk and talk the talk. And we're going to be held to it. God's going to hold us to it. You said you got a higher moral social capital and a moral capital, and you said you this, you said you special people, and we are. All of that's true. God going to hold us to it too. You want to sit up there and sell each other out, try to sacrifice your friends and family, and join these secret societies and join what you think is going to be the new black gatekeeping class and get your shake with the government and get a check. Oh, hell no. We ain't doing that shit. You won't be getting no check over God's dead body. Or you know how they say, over my dead body. No, you ain't getting a motherfucking thing. We're going to do this right. You want the cash payment, we're going to do this right. We ain't doing no shortcuts. All these psyop and weird shit that's going on. No. And so, yes, heads are going to roll like thunder. Heads are going to roll. It's going to get real in the music industry. Like I've been saying before it even popped off, it's going to get real in politics. It's going to get real with the intelligence agent. Just like I already said, it is going to get real. Nothing will be the same. It is a new change in guard. We are ushering the age of divine feminine. I don't know why why is it a crime for black Americans to know that shit? Why do black Americans got to be unaware of what the hell is going on? They want black Americans to not know nothing. They don't want them to know about quantum entanglement. They don't want them to know about the interdimensional travel. They don't want them to know about their bloodlines. They don't want them to know how light codes is traveling, intergalactic mentalism. They don't want you to know nothing. That's why they're trying to kill my ass. So every time I try to come and tell you, the whole thing they like to say is, oh, she doesn't know what she's talking about. But then I got a whole military and a whole thing proving and showing a whole CIA agents coming out talking about, oh, yeah, that's true. Oh, yeah, we know about interdimensional travel. I just showed you the room yesterday of them talking about it for hours, 5 hours. Of shit I was saying years ago, 2 years ago, try to go in the black community and scream from my rooftop as a prophet, as God's prophet, and say, look, God done told me that, and this is what's going on with the quantum entanglement. And y'all try to play me in the reparation space, because the reparation space is infiltrated by satanic occultists that have ties to controlled opposition, including the CIA and the government and nations. Yes, it does. I don't care what nobody says. I will stand on that to the day that I die. It will be proven. It's already been proven. So many people already know. So it's not even a big deal. But righteousness, everybody got to redeem themselves. There's no judgment. Oh, you going to hell, da da da. And I'm not talking like that. I'm just saying y'all motherfuckers fucked up. You fucked with the wrong motherfucker. You fucked with an octave of the primordial mother, and it's an octave of Yeshua and Kalima. Whether you want to believe it or not, I don't give a damn. But I know that y'all fucked up. Just like y'all fucked with the octave of Tahuti, another black American male. You fucked with an octave of Ogun. And God had mercy on him because he had to cut a deal. But he was so young and dumb, he didn't even know what he was getting into. So God was looking out. And plus he tried to redeem himself so much. This is black Americans that I'm talking about. This is serious shit. And in that 5-hour video that I showed you about that CIA agent and that NSA agent, what was the thing they was talking about? The occult. He said everything is ran by the occult. Everything is ran by frequencies and esoteric knowledge, psychotronics, psychomancy, psychotronics. He said he's everything for him by psychotronics. Didn't I just say that a couple weeks ago? Didn't I just say that in a video a couple weeks ago? Psychotronics, study it. Oh, Kali's just babbling. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? And that's why I'm getting frustrated, because it's like, I'm not the bad guy here. I'm not the bad guy because y'all niggas is not caught up and I'm too ahead of my time. I'm not wrong because I'm too ahead of my motherfucking time. I don't deserve to die, or I don't deserve to be shadow banned, or I don't deserve for my community to try to treat me the way they treat me just because y'all is behind. The fuck? And I'm not the only one. Y'all did the same shit to John Henry Clark. Y'all did the same shit to Frances Cress Welsing. Y'all did the same shit. Frances Cress Welsing was found dead for 3 days in her house. Y'all do this shit to every one of y'all leaders. You did the same shit to mad motherfuckers, Malcolm X. Every time somebody come and try to give y'all some information, you suck their energy. They are poor righteous teachers. They ain't got a dime to their motherfucking name, and then you try to kill them off, and then you work with controlled opposition to do it because y'all like things to be a popularity contest, and you sell them out of jealousy. Or you know that someone is trying to actively sacrifice and take their birthright, and you don't say nothing. And I'm not letting it happen. I'm not giving my birthright to no motherfucking body. Not no man, not no woman, no motherfucking body. Even if something was to happen to me. Like I said in that video before, and I'll say it now. From the day that something happened, I'm not suicidal. Let me say that. But the day that something happened to me and it's not no motherfucking natural cause, and it looks suspicious, and it's like, oh, I think they finally got her, or do you think they took her out? You better count the destruction and the craziness that will pop up on this planet from the day that I go into the very next day. And if anybody got named publicly, and you better watch them, because I'm going after everybody. And I'm telling you, I'm gonna be in that spirit. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Bam! I'm already doing it now, and I'm still in a certain density, because I'm a spirit, anyways. But I'm still at a certain level of density where I still have physical flesh, an aberration of physical flesh. But I'm telling you, you better count. You better look. I'm telling you that the intelligence agencies. If I go, I'm telling you, watch them intelligence agencies. Watch that the government. Watch the music industry. Watch the people I ever named publicly. Watch everything. If something happened to me, everything. You talking about like, oh shit, like y'all got crazy about that AT&T telecommunications thing, blackout or whatever. Oh, it's going down, because I did not deserve none of that treatment. It's going to go so down on levels that you will never believe. We talking cracks in the fucking earth. Whole ass shit just popping off. The whole electromagnetism grid just fucked up. All types of stuff. I'm going, and you can't say I'm innocent. Y'all motherfuckers came for me. You can't say, oh, she's doing it, because the righteous is going to be saved. The righteous is, we talking about the rapture. Oh yeah, the righteous is going to be fine. The innocent humans, innocent species, innocent animals, they're going to be fine. They're just going to go into another silos of consciousness in the ideal parallel. They're going to go in another parallel universe. That's all. That is nothing for God to do. But for those that has a part in it, that try to continue their target harassment campaign, noise campaign, gang stalking campaign, DEWs, all that. Oh, it's destruction for your ass. Because I'm tired of it. I'm going after this bitch because I didn't deserve none of that. I didn't. Everything I've said has come to pass, and it will come to pass. And if something ever happened to me, and it was because of a murder, or because it was some janky little shit that y'all pulled, whoever pulled, and even if you didn't, it had nothing to do with it. Your ass better start explaining the motherfucking spiritual realm, because it's going down. It will go down way worse than what you already getting. Way worse than what you already getting. That is a forewarning. You can mark it down. My estate is to go to nobody, not this government, nothing. Not nobody can capitalize off of my royalties, nothing. Just the Nakhti Church of the Higher Self and Nakhti University. If a patron wants to go that route, that's what my estate goes to. Nakhti Church of the Higher Self. Nobody on this planet is getting a motherfucking royalty off of my books. Nothing. Nobody. Not the government. Ain't nobody getting money off of nothing. I'm telling you, I'll take this whole fucking universe out. And they know I got the power to do it. The CIA know I had the power to do it. It is what it is. You wanted the motherfucking Truman Show. You got the Truman Show. You were warned in 2022. You were warned again in 2023. It's 2024 and y'all still up with the same shit. And so it's about to go motherfucking down. It's about to go down. Now, y'all found the right motherfucker too to fuck with. Y'all found the right nigga to run these little, to try to put in some little weird occult sacrifice government program. Y'all found the right motherfucker too. And this was all part of the cloaking of the prophecies of the intricate details. Because you didn't know that there's different octaves of the entities that you sign oaths and contracts to. It's not my fault. The original Lucifer is not the one that is overseeing the music industry. That is an imposter, homunculus deity that is an octave of the Lucifer. And Lucifer and Satan are two different beings. I tried to tell you that. You didn't listen. Now you know that. Now they're coming out and say, well, actually, the Rosicrucians already had knew that. So I can't. But the other people don't know that. Those are two different entities. There are octaves of the entity of Lucifer. I spent 19 hours explaining this to the CIA because I knew that shit was about to get real and pop off on this planet because of the agreement that is up, the treaties that are up, and the Godhead that is back. The treaties are up. The entities that rule over this dimension do not rule over this dimension anymore. You guys don't see that. You guys don't know that. You guys being lied to about that. It is what it is. Also, not all of the I don't even get into all that. Never mind. But yes, should the Black Americans be supporting P. Diddy? No. No, they shouldn't. Should he be redeeming himself? Can anybody judge him or try to, he got to do that on himself. He know what the fuck he did. He got to work on his soul, and he got to, if he can, shit, you better find him. You better battle up. You better go get you some motherfucking protection. Or go, you said God is woman. You better go try to go speak to primordial mother and see if she, shit, and get your damn soul back. Because they about to eat you alive, P. Diddy. They about to eat your motherfucking ass alive, this system, this beast system. Okay, but the thing is that they're able to because you don't have no protection because you signed a contract with them. You signed an oath, you signed a deal. You in there with them. And they can't feed off of us anymore, so they have to feed off of their own. That's why they had to feed off of Epstein. They have to feed off of these psyops. They have to feed off of that. They have no choice. They trying to cash in, man. They don't have nobody. The whole thing is just, it's a mess in that industry. I wish people the best, but anybody trying to tell us to get with that shit, no. This shit is above your pay grade. You don't know what you're talking about. This is not somebody just going after some black man. This whole system is ran by interdimensional beings, partially of the black nobility and the white royal families that are in bed that have took a deal with Satan, as well as, and they are different type of entities than the average white person that's running around here. There's, like I said, there's different type of species of white people, just like there's different type of species of black people. If you are that behind it, oh my gosh, that's some, and that's another thing. Watch out for people that try to shame us for talking about the occult, esoteric knowledge, in terms of like when we talk about the galactic species and the idea of different types of humanoids that are in existence, bloodline families, numerology, gematria. Watch out for people who try to like downplay that, because that's very, 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 very suspicious. If I'm telling you for a fact, this whole matrix is ran off of that, and then you got somebody that come and say, oh, that's just conspiracy. Oh, that's just stupid talk. That's just dumb. I don't know what you're talking about. You don't know, that ain't nothing. Oh, no. That motherfucker is in on it. And I know the fact, the person that's doing that is an interdimensional being. Did come for me. I came for his ass too after he came for me first. And he does know exactly what I'm talking about is 100% in fact true. In fact, he's taught me some of this information in a galactic realm. And so don't listen to that nigga telling you that shit, because he took a deal with that system. He's trying to get out. I hope he do get out, because he's not a bad person. He's not a bad person at all. And primordial mother, we have been warring with him to choose a side. Like you got to pick a motherfucking side at this time. And like, we trying to literally, because we can see that you got a fucked up ass deal when you was a kid and you ain't know any better. Young man. And so you signed some shit that you ain't really know what the fuck you was signing. And so God does have mercy on that. It ain't just, oh, you took a deal, you signed it, you know what the fuck you do. Oh, no. It's like people really got deceived in this bitch. Like people really didn't know what the hell was going on. And so, you know, we understand some things, but if you know, and you do know, and you still going along with that, so you a motherfucker that's in it, or are you your name is Lucifer Morningstar for a reason. Your name translates to Lucifer Morningstar for a reason. So did you tell, when are you going to tell the Black American community of who the fuck you really are? Like how I know. And if you don't want to tell them, that's fine, but don't try to bring that smoke my motherfucking way because you know who I am. Don't try to bury my shit or take my birthright. I ain't giving it to you. I ain't giving you shit because it didn't have to go that way between me and you. We could have had something very powerful. Just entities, nothing else. But nah, hell nah. These niggas is out here sitting there playing the Black American community like a fiddle, man. And it's sad. It's really sad that so many Black Americans don't know who they are. Don't know how special, how galactic. This is a spiritual war that we in. And many of you do know. Many of you do know. But it's like, come on now. Like, if you see something, say something. But I know people, I mean, I don't expect everybody to go on a dummy mission and lose their livelihood or nothing. But it's like, y'all want to talk about sacrifice. Y'all want to sacrifice Black Americans and Black niggas. Like, why y'all not coming together to put y'all resources together and sacrifice y'all time to build up your own homesteads and shit in individual communities like I was trying to get us to do. And for us to, you know, take the time to start building up our own infrastructures. That's the sacrifice you need to be doing. That's the sacrifice you need to be doing, not sacrificing some random ass, innocent ass Black woman. The fuck? The hell is wrong with y'all? Hell, motherfucking no. I'm telling you, that shit is cursed. I'm telling you, everybody that was involved in that shit, oh, hell no. Hell no. By the primordial mother. By primordial Godhead. God is real. Do you remember the Kendrick Lamar song, with the song called "I'm Real"? I'm really, really real. And then Kendrick Lamar's dad come on the phone and say, "Anybody can kill the nigga, but that don't make him a real man. Real is God, nigga. I do what I want to do. I say what I want to say. Go listen to that. That was some real shit. Real is God. The fuck." I cannot believe. I know y'all like, get over it. You're live. We ain't fucking with you no more. You got out of it. You free. We you know whatever. They still try to fuck with me, but it's like you good for the most part. You good. Why are you still talking about it? Why you keep bringing it up? That's fucking traumatic as fuck. That's trauma. And then for people to gaslight you and try to lock you up and say you crazy and all that, hell no, man. That shit was so wicked. And really, the person is a genius and a prophet and a clairvoyant. And really, a real nigga that would have done anything for her community. But my own community did this to me. And then they still acting like, and then they like, oh, well, we just gonna let you vent and then the shadow ban and stuff. Because I literally was told this by a Black person. Nobody gonna look at, we making sure ain't nobody looking at that shit. We making sure we got a shadow ban where we don't want nobody looking at that shit. God got something for that ass too. Because I'm tired of it. I really am. You found the right motherfucker to go after. You found the right motherfucker to go after too. You really did. So many of my people have been sucked into that system alive, spit out, sucked into the industry, spit out alive. So many people have been sacrificed. So many people have been killed, murdered. So many Black women's, so many powerful, beautiful Black women's been killed by these type of niggas. These oath-taking brotherhood type wicked niggas. Trying to suck in your energy and suck in, siphon. Nah, y'all niggas is going down. Y'all niggas is going down. Because that was so wicked what they was trying to do to me, to my people. I know multiple Black Americans this has been done to. Multiple Black Americans. What the fuck you think they was doing with? Come on, man. P. Diddy, no, man. Y'all ask you, like I said before, you for 25 years, and I proved it to you, Black Americans, earlier in this video, if you just now coming in, In 2005, I showed you stuff from 2005, 2014 of so many Black Americans saying that their life was ruined by P. Diddy. From the soul-sucking contracts, from getting screwed over. They didn't talk about the nasty sex stuff. So now they want to come forward. And now, because the beast has turned in on its own. The beast that he signed a deal with, a contract with. And so now they put his business out about him doing this stuff with all these boys and men and the girls, the sex trafficking. Oh, that shit is true. We all know that the CIA been doing that shit. The feds been doing it. Come on, get fucking real. Like, why are we acting obtuse? Why are we acting like it's so far-fetched that he didn't do these? Oh, he didn't do that. And they trying to him a brother up. He was trying to buy NBC. And y'all motherfuckers know that y'all was wicked as hell in that industry. Why? For 20 years, people have been saying the same thing. I showed you documents. I showed you shit from 2014. I showed you the stories earlier of a random-ass Black American saying they were screwed over. Why are y'all playing dumb? Because you a nigga that's in line with that shit. That's why you're trying to get us to support. That's why you're trying to get Black Americans to rally behind P. Diddy. When P. Diddy ain't doing nothing for our community, he threw us a bone with the and guess what? The artist has said that publishing really didn't even help them. They're not getting no money off of it when he gave them back their publishing rights in 2023. And then that little reparation stuff was a whole Democratic psyop. That summit that he did for Revolt. And so y'all niggas need to wake up, man. This shit is deep. And y'all gonna learn 100 years from now. Actually, I'm already getting vindicated on everything very quickly. It's not even taking 2 years. But everything that I'm saying that y'all so scared and so, oh, she's still talking. She's still talking. Why she still talking? Oh my God, she blowing up. Always go, wait. Oh, just wait. Because I'm telling y'all think this is, again, it's compartmentalized. So you don't know shit. I'm telling you, even the people that work for the government don't know shit. The military don't know shit. Y'all don't know shit. This shit is being ran on high levels. This is not ran who you think it is run by anymore. They have said, you know what? Mother's back. She came. Mother's home. She said, bring y'all motherfucking asses home. And again, this happened on octaves levels of above dimension. And it didn't occur on Earth yet. And so you're wondering why is our rituals not working no more? Why are our demons not working no more? That motherfucker said, mother's back. We gotta go home. She said we can't do that shit no more. And she said we can't take no. She got a better deal for us. This is the Godhead. Why shit? God creates everything, whether they cut off from source or not. Whether you so cut off from source and then you might get a little bit of knowledge and realize, oh, we didn't even have all the information. Oh shit. And the fallen angels, I'm telling your asses, the age is like age 5 to 10 compared to the damn dark matter, dark energy of the chaos intelligence realm, the galactic realm. They are in God's eyes, they would be like a 5 to 10-year-old, an angel. And so they don't know everything that they might have taught you on this planet. They don't know. Yes, we love Archangel Michael and Gabriel. I'm not coming at them. These are people that I'm not even tell people who I am, but like this is not me attacking the angels or like clearly not, of course not, or even the fallen angels. I'm just telling you the information that humans got from the interdimensional beings with the fallen angels, as Azazel, Lucifer, whatever. I'm telling you that they only had partial information. They didn't know everything, and so they know that they oh shit. We told the humans all this bullshit. And then it's like, peace out. Roadrunner, beep beep. It's like, this is like, sorry, yo guys. I don't know, mother. I don't know what's gonna happen. Y'all. And so that's happening. And so that's why. And yeah, they're gonna fight. And then you got the humans and these ones that's so lost, their souls been sucked. Those humans, these are very, very unintelligent species. They are going to try to fight God. Like they are going to try to, and some of them are reptilian, and they are that stupid because they're not created with the intelligence of the original fallen angel, or even the fallen angels themselves, or even Yeshua, or even the dragon rider godheads. They don't have that kind of DNA in them. These are homunculus NPCs. Like they have a program. So because everything's programming, right? So they operate off a program that's just not intelligent in my eyes. And I know that may come off judgmental, like, why are you judging it? They just, to me, I don't understand that level of stupidity. And not just because they think they can fight God, but just the way they run the whole system. I don't understand that. And I'm learning to be more mature and be more compassionate. Like, oh, but as Jenny, no, that to me is like, that's so, ugh. Like, I don't want anything to do with that energy. I don't want to do anything to do with that energy. I wish them the best. I mean, you know what I mean? I hope you grow in consciousness and and evolve, whatever they say. But it's like that energy is just like, whoa, because they attack innocent people. They feed their icons. They feed off of innocent Black Americans. They feed off of innocent humans in general. They feed off of fear and hatred and greed and delusion. They feed off of weird vibrations that to me is just like, whoa, I don't understand how anybody can get energy from that. That is weird to me. That to me is a stupid. That's kind of like a program that I know was programmed wrong. There was some type of reverse engineering that went wrong. There's something wrong. It's a glitch. That is genetic defect to me. For any entity, any species to solely derive energy off of that, people could say, well, that has this place on planet Earth. They don't have this place in the fucking universe. The universe is very fucking intelligent if you don't give it anything else. And so we don't have time for that. We ain't on that bullshit. That we ain't getting with, feeding off of innocent children on innocent people. No, hell no. Miss me with that bullshit. And so yes, I did give you some esoteric rundown of what's going on. It is very occultic. I know it was like really, really, it is what it is. You ain't gotta believe it, you gotta take it. Just watch the shit play out. Watch the shit play out. Look at the prophecies that I was telling y'all about that I made for 2024, and that I'll continue to do on a weekly basis, as well as other stuff that I have been saying over the years, and just watch it play out. So I don't have nothing else to do. Again, when you're a galaxy and descendant in human form, it's a level of repository auto-conscious intelligence that where you don't have to, like, this stuff is just, you put the thought out, the heck out, and just as the permutations of the auto-conscious mind in terms of its level of intelligence of getting the most probable cause in the most effective way, in the most intelligent way, in the most creative way, in a way that benefits all, that happens. That is the level of being a god. Like, this is not something where you have to physically go and do all of this, you know. And that's what Black Americans have to learn, their power. Once they learn that power, they realize that, okay, we ain't really got to march on motherfucking Selma and march and do all this and go around, we got to go hand out flyers for our reparations. No, you do that with your motherfucking mind. We have to do that through and sometimes this shit be glitching because there are other chaos intelligence beings. They'll put something out there. They'll be thinking of something and this shit just pop off and be like, oh shit. And it'll look random. It'll look just like that situation in Miami with the mall, with that shit, with all them police and I'm talking about the shadow people. That's literally a thought that came out of somebody's head by accident. And it just happened to just like, it's like a glitch. Like, this is the day and age that we're in where you just thinking of some fuck shit and like, boom, and it happened like, oh shit. Like, this is the day and age that we are in. Just like the situation with TD Jakes and that weird ass TikTok video that came out with no proof and to do with like sources say that he is a power bottom. Like, do y'all not realize like the level of, like, I'm telling you, there are interdimensional beings that are literally so skilled in this shit. And it's like, it's like, what? It's not even like critical analysis would say like, who said, who told you, what sources say, like, what? But you see how viral that shit went. It's like, this is what is happening. There are literally beings that are just thinking of, just sitting and just thinking of like, man, that nigga need to be exposed. That, and then the universe is orienting shit because the universe is mental. And these are people that have more power than, like, say, the average human. And they are literally, the universe is orienting shit like, okay, how do we expose this person? And then this person is thinking of, and then next thing you know, this is what is happening. I'm not saying I agree with that. I'm not saying I would do that. I'm just giving you an example of how, like, is this glitchy shit just happening, like, just weird ass, like, what? And then now he's named in the damn lawsuit with P. Diddy, and then they got Meek Mills in there. And then and look at the way that stuff, the sources that DJ Academics was reading when it says this is a famous rapper that used to date Nicki Minaj. Y'all can't feel the energy behind that, just the way that's written, that lawsuit. It's interdimensional beings behind it. Clear as day. Like, that is so obnoxious. That you think that was the people that was originally running the system that were right that? A person that got ties with, come on, you know how protected Meek Mill was back in the day? They just throwing shit out there. Then they said, who was the other person? This person just had a brilliant, a successful residency in Las Vegas. Oh man, I cracked up. I said, "Oh," because they talk about Usher. I said, "Lord have mercy." That is so obnoxious. Who is writing this stuff? And you can feel, and again, as me as a clairvoyant, I kind of can see how this stuff is playing off, and I'm like, this is written by this again. There's a shift in the paradigm, and so a lot of this stuff is going to feel like you're in a twilight zone. When you're reading that, you feel like you're in a fucking twilight zone. Don't tell me you didn't look at the notes when he read that and felt like, what? Sources say he is a power bottom. Come on now. That is that's some of our species. That's some of the beings. It's a lot of it. I mean, because again, this stuff plays out. It's so obnoxious. That's all I had to say. And I cracked up laughing. Whether it's true or not, I mean, I wish if it's true, I wish justice and justice for all, for one, justice for all. Everybody was due to theirs. If this shit happened, he gotta go. You know, he gotta. But come on now, that's just a little obnoxious. Whoever put that in there like that, in that source like that, like really, and again, this is playing out on a level where it is being done by some of the ones that this is spiritual, man. It's spiritual. And people could say, well, I don't know about spiritual and I don't know about the spirit realm. Come on, stop. That's all there is. That's all there is. That's if you know that, you pretty much know about 80% of the fucking universe. If you can at least accept that. But and you can tell it's a young soul behind this stuff. I mean, you can tell it's a really intelligent, like it's a, it's like, okay, the beings that are setting this up, because I do know, I'm not going to give out all of their information though, but it's like, you could tell that they're young as far as they're young angels. I'll say that. That's writing this stuff, or people could look at them as young demons, whatever you want. I see it as young angels because they are ushering a new, it's a breaking down of a paradigm for those that deserve justice. Right. And there's a lot of wicked things that have happened in that industry. And a lot of people have done wicked things. And a lot of the stuff that people are being accused of is true. And so you could just see the stuff, the way it's written. I'm like, y'all playing around. I'm saying there's a point of view of the primordial mother seeing the adjutants and the egregores and the angelic realm play out all this stuff. You could, and that's what I'm saying. As a primordial mother, that stuff, it looks funny just reading it, I'm like, okay, there's a kid that wrote they Nicki, this person was a rapper that dated Nicki Minaj. This person had a successful residency in Vegas. In the fucking lawsuit document, really? Then they come up with this viral TikTok video. Sources say that TD Jakes was a power bottom, and this is egregoric. I mean, if you understand repository intelligence, like you guys would look at it as we don't even talk about that, but it's just interesting. I didn't see it getting that visit from Osiris last night. I'm like, y'all cutting up. Y'all are cutting up. Nonetheless, I think I'm about ended. I'm about to cover the Wendy Williams thing. I'm about to cover that Wendy Williams thing real quick. Because that's ridiculous too, what they did to her. And so I'll cover that. And I'm going to talk to y'all later. Matter of fact, let me see. I'm just trying to look at these comments. Oh, hey, I don't think she's here anymore because I know I was rambling. It's been 4 hours. Let me get my ass on. Give me something to eat. Then I'm going to come back on here. Exactly. What is it? You just was going in the comment section. Got a lot of comments here. Okay. Well, bless everyone who listens to the feedback, and whoever gets it. I wish y'all all the best. Love and enlightenment. I'm going to talk to y'all later. Bye.